How is everybody doing? Conduit, wait. Are you done? Did you finish the thing? Good morning, Nick. Creative Self Burnt Bread, Jinx, Jay Greaves, ACL'd Up, Jerix. Morning, guys. Hip hip. Milk Apocalypse, Sham, JC, Mira, Lazy Sunday, Conduit, Aiden, JC, Tony, SSBM, Jelly, Zabzi. Good morning. Conduit said sick the last couple days. VO had to be delayed. Gotcha. Well, good morning, guys. Nancy Pelosi is retiring from Congress. When did I get so old? How did this happen? Is it going to be DMCA music? Let's find out.
Dear San Francisco, we are fortunate to live in the most beautiful, remarkable place on earth. But the true magic of San Francisco, the San Franciscans. There's a reason why our city has always been synonymous with the future. Here we don't fear the future, we forge it. From the gold rush to the miracles of science and technology, our city has always been the cradle of innovation, buzzing with optimism and creativity. We are a vibrant and diverse city, home to hardworking families, diligent students, and heroic veterans, and the dreams of entrepreneurs and immigrants. From Chinatown to Japantown, from the Mission to the Fillmore, from Hunters Point to the Castro, North Beach to the Sunset. We're also resilient.
Fucking love San Francisco, man. Such a cool city.
Experiencing more than our fair share of challenge. When the Loma Prieta earthquake struck.
Dude, I remember this earthquake so vividly, you guys. I was 6 years old. Might have been 5 years old. I remember this earthquake, bro. That was insane. And it lasted for like 11 seconds or something like that.
We brought in federal support that ensured we would not just recover, but reimagine the South of Market neighborhood. And of course, HIV/AIDS tested our city to its core. But out of our agony came action. Under the leadership of UCSF and San Francisco General, we pioneered comprehensive community-based care, prevention, and research. That very system served as a model as we wrote the Ryan White Care Act, which still ensures access to life-saving medical care nationwide. Fittingly, our city is home to the National AIDS Memorial Grove, a place of renewal where we remember the loved ones we lost. For decades, I've cherished the privilege of representing our magnificent city in the United States Congress. It seems prophetic now that the slogan of my very first campaign in 1987 was, "A voice that will be heard." And it was you who made those words come true. It was the faith that you...
I cannot believe she's fucking... I mean, I knew the day was gonna come. I definitely understood that the day was gonna come, but I can't believe it's actually happening.
...had placed in me, and the latitude that you have given me, that enabled me to...
She will be entombed in a sourdough pyramid with her hoard of stocks.
...shatter the marble ceiling, and be the first woman Speaker of the House, whose voice would certainly be heard. It was an historic moment for our country, and it was momentous for our community, empowering me to bring home billions of dollars for our city and our state. With these resources, we have powered enormous progress for healthcare, from the fight against HIV/AIDS.
Samies, did I get you for 42 months? Thank you so much.
To the Affordable Care Act. For transportation, extending BART, electrifying Caltrain, creating the 3rd Street Light Rail, and the Central Subway, and strengthening our iconic Golden Gate Bridge, all creating good-paying jobs. for housing, enabling nonprofits to build affordable, low-income, community-based housing with the low-income housing tax credit. For the environment, from protecting clean air and water, to taking action on climate, to transforming the Presidio from a military post to a national park, a model for the nation. Of course, credit for this work also goes to our brothers and sisters in labor, and it was also made possible by the entrepreneurial spirit of our private and nonprofit sectors. We can be proud of what we have accomplished, but there's always much more work to be done. Of course, San Francisco's impact is not confined to our city limits. The Affordable Care Act, Wall Street reform, human rights abroad, and so many other priorities all sprang from the vision, values.
Chatterbox said, how did that work out? Affordable housing in San Francisco. Well, let's take a gander. There are at least 6,300 public housing units. I'm digging into it. I'm trying to find some answers for you.
And voices of San Franciscans. Because of your trust, I was able to represent our city and our country around the world with patriotism and pride. I say to my colleagues in the House all the time, no matter what title they have bestowed upon me, Speaker, Leader, Whip, there has been no greater honor for me than to stand on the House floor and say, I speak for the people of San Francisco. I have truly loved serving as your voice in Congress, and I've always honored the Song of St. Francis. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace, the anthem of our city. That is why I want you, my fellow San Franciscans, to be the first to know. I will not be seeking re-election to Congress.
Jay, with $2, Nancy Pelosi will return in Avengers Future Wars.
With a grateful heart, I look forward to my final year of service as your proud representative. As we go forward, my message to the city I love is this. San Francisco, know your power. We have made history. We have made progress. We have always led the way. And now we must continue to do so by remaining full participants in our democracy.
The answer is roughly 70,000 people live in affordable housing units in San Francisco. Deed-restricted affordable portfolio at 31,600 units as of late 2024. City of San Francisco Board Annual Progress Report. Yeah, there's around 34,000 affordable units serving low income.
And fighting for the American ideals we hold dear. In doing so, we ensure that our city shines on as a beacon of hope, justice, and peace for the country and for generations to come. After all, San Francisco is the greatest city on earth with the most extraordinary people on earth, and a place that I will always believe is heaven on earth. Thank you, San Francisco, for trusting me to be your voice in Congress. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
May we get another speaker like her at some point. I fucking miss her so much, dude.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We begin with major breaking news out of Washington involving one of America's longest-serving and most powerful members of Congress. I want to now bring in CNN's Dana Bash.
I just can't fucking believe it. I mean, I can believe it. man, you know, she's like 87 years old. But she was a hell of a speaker. She was a hell of a speaker. God damn, she was a hell of a speaker. And she was phenomenal in the age of Trump. Like during that first term, she led the party on the House caucus very effectively from her role as House Minority Leader and then House Speaker. And it's going to be hard to replace her. She was fucking really good at what she did. She was insanely effective in that role.
Dana, what are you learning this morning?
Well, Sarah, we have learned that
Slacker with 7 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
the former Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, will retire from Congress at the end of this term. She will not run for re-election in her San Francisco seat, the one that she's held for almost 40
There's a upcoming announcement from the White House that's supposed to start at some point very soon. It's probably gonna be some stupid shit. Marjorie Taylor Greene on Pelosi. I think I saw this clip, or maybe I didn't watch it yet. Hold on.
Praise Nancy Pelosi. She had an incredible career for her party. I served under her speakership in my first term of Congress, and
I think it's pretty obvious that Marjorie Taylor Greene is thinking about running for president. And there's some reporting on this as well. But she's certainly acting like it. I don't think she has much of a chance. We'll see. Stranger things have happened.
I'm very impressed at her ability to get things done. I wish we could get things done for our party like Nancy Pelosi was.
Regarding the ongoing government shutdown, expected to discuss the shutdown threatened to cut air traffic by 10% at 40 airports and SNAP payments. Gotcha. Probably be some kind of announcement about going after mail-in voting. Well, Naughty Pup just laid it out there.
Was able to deliver for her party. So I wish her well in her retirement, but I would like to see people exit Washington a lot sooner rather than wait until their 80s.
Yeah, we are.
years. It spanned 7 presidents. She, of course, was the first and so far only female Speaker of the House. She broke what she called the marble ceiling in 2007, then led Democrats back to the majority during Donald Trump's first term, took the gavel back for a second time, famously and proudly became Trump's chief antagonist. Now, Sarah, Pelosi prepared a pretty highly produced video. It was a love letter to San Francisco.
I have truly loved serving as your voice in Congress, and I've always honored the song of St. Francis. Lord, make me will not be messy.
Classic Pelosiism. Sarah, there was some surprise that when Pelosi passed the baton to Hakeem Jeffries after they lost the majority, that she decided to stay in Congress and become a rank-and-file member, but we all know she was never a rank-and-file member. She continued to raise millions of dollars for her party, including the redistricting ballot measure that sailed through in California on Tuesday. And if you think about it, Pelosi was front and center in every major policy battle over the last quarter century. She opposed the Iraq War pretty aggressively. She helped save the global economy during the financial collapse of 2008. And she pushed through Obamacare when it seemed like that wasn't going to happen. Sarah, she really is a truly singular figure in American politics.
I mean, she surely is. You know, she was the first female Speaker of the House, and she did it twice. Talk to us about just some of the big things and ceilings that Nancy Pelosi broke.
Well, let's just, start with what she did as a woman. When she came to Congress in 1987, she came as a mother of 5 who just, said goodbye to her youngest daughter as she went off to college. And there weren't very many women in Congress then. And if you kind of look at what Congress looks like now, mostly Democrats, but a lot of female Republicans as well, there are more of them. They are younger. They are having babies while serving in Congress. That was anathema to Pelosi and people in her generation when they came into Congress. And she talked so often about being the only woman in the room for so many years. And she has said many times in many different ways that what she strives to do is not just be powerful, but to show women that they can have a voice. And, at the beginning, it's pretty clear that that was just who she was. But after a while, when she saw what kind of effect it was having,
I've been getting so triggered, you guys. Been getting so fucking triggered, dude. I can't even measure my heart rate because Esme moved my heart monitor and I have no fucking idea where. The fuck did she do with it? Literally, like what? It was right there. It was right there. Do any of you guys have partners that like clean up your space and then move shit around and you don't know where it is? Like, yeah, my office was a little messy. I get it. I appreciate you cleaning it up, but where the fuck is my heart monitor thing? It's gone. She just goes on autopilot. She doesn't even think about it. She goes into like a fugue state, moves shit around, and then like snaps out of it. Like she has to move stuff around and keep it neat and orderly. Drives me insane. I've been asking this woman for years to stop doing that. I have a system. Maybe try cleaning up your own space. I didn't ask her to. Okay, hold on. I mean, listen, I love my wife. I love my beautiful wife. My beautiful, cleanly wife. I would love to focus on stuff like what Mamdani did in New York was remarkable. It really was. It was remarkable. He came up from, relative obscurity to take on a political dynasty, and he won. It's incredible. He ran an insanely brilliant campaign, and I would like to focus on that exclusively, and I can't do that when people are making all kinds of idiotic claims about what his race meant in the national discussion. They just can't fucking help themselves. Like this tweet right here. Dems try to paint themselves as right-light and failed. Then they have someone that actually has progressive policies and they get voted in. The lesson should be that progressive policies win and not, people need to vote harder. I don't think that we should let people under the age of 30 use the internet. That's where I'm at right now. I think we should take a book out of China's book, or take a page out of China's book and just get really draconian with the internet and just restrict it to people over 30. That's where I'm at with that, because I don't know this person that they have like a carnage avatar for their Twitter PFP or whatever. I'm guessing they're like 21 years old. There were hundreds of races on Tuesday night. There were hundreds of races on Tuesday night. And this person is tweeting as though New York City was the only race. The same demographic who votes more Trump. No. Like 30 to 45, we were very, well, I don't even know now. That might not be true. No, 30 to 45, I would guess that they went for Kamala, right? People like Ryan Grimm, bro, like they just make shit up. This guy's supposed to be a journalist. This guy's supposed to be a fucking journalist, man. Like him and Taylor Lorenz are like two peas in a pod in terms of their quote unquote journalism. So he started getting dunked on for this tweet on September 29th, a little over a month ago, where he said the Democratic establishment loves to say that the party needs to move to the center as if they're not already there. In New Jersey and Virginia, deep blue states, first of all, I don't think Virginia is a deep blue state. New Jersey, maybe even less so. Wasn't New Jersey closer than Virginia in 2024? They managed to nominate 2 national security Dems who aggressively stand for nothing beyond poll-tested platitudes. So they should be cruising to victory, right? Instead, Spanberger is barely ahead of the GOP nominee. Even Republicans think is a dud. And Mikey Sherrill is neck and neck in Jersey, GTFO. Fast forward to election night. They both won by 15 points? Like 15 points? Some insane margin? And then people started dunking on it, including me. And then he updates with this. Update. In the final month, Sherrill wisely leaned into economic populism and cost of living politics. More of this from Democrats, and they'll see more results like this. There's one problem with that, okay? One teensy tiny problem with that. Where the fuck is her campaign ad? Hold on. Mikey Sherrill announced that she was running in New Jersey back in fucking March. And do you want to guess what her platform was? Anyone want to guess what her platform was? Mikey Sherrill campaign launch announcement. God damn it. Where the fuck is it? Campaign ad launch announcement. Oh, I just want to see her first ad, bro. Why is this so hard? First New Jersey campaign ad. I'm just gonna unalive myself in a video game. It was in the replies last night. Who gives a fuck? Fine. I'll just say it. It was affordability. It was the cost of living. That's what she announced. This is her announcing. Cheryl lays out affordability agenda to lower the cost of housing, healthcare, and energy. It just drives me insane. Why do they have to like? And then people get mad when people like me like fact check these claims. And they interpret it to mean that I don't like these progressive candidates. And that's not it. That's not it at all. Like, but why do they make these claims? Why do they have to do this? I mean, we all know the answer to this question, but it drives me fucking nuts, man. The story of Tuesday night should be of a resounding victory all across the country from Democrats all across our bench that run the ideological spectrum of like super far left Democratic socialists to, you know, moderate candidates. And they all feasted on Tuesday night. And these assholes just keep turning that night into something divisive when it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be divisive. Why are you doing this? Knock it off. It's because they're still in their minds, like imagining this total takeover of the party, and it just drives me fucking insane. How do you feel about lefties shitting on established Dems for not recognizing Zoran's win? I think the whole thing is fucking ridiculous. Like, Joe Biden called Zoran Mamdani to congratulate him. Barack Obama called Zoran Mamdani to congratulate him. Hillary Clinton put out a celebratory tweet congratulating Zoran Mamdani. Like, he's not being like groomed by the establishment to be the heir apparent of the Democratic Party. But he is getting recognition from high-profile Democrats, and that might not have been the case just 10 years ago, 15 years ago. If you're someone who's like a Democratic socialist or super far lefty person, you should look at these acknowledgments and think like, wow, that's progress, right? That's progress. There's a Democratic socialist who's got elected mayor of New York City and he's getting congratulations calls from Joe Biden. Like, that's progress. That's like being more proximate to power. It was obvious in yesterday's Live and Learn, you bit the bullet about supporting Plattner if he won the primary, but they will never join us. You mean on Monday's Live and Learn, you mean? How about a congrats call from Jeffries or Schumer? Did he get one of those? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Why are you so... Why can't we just be happy, guys? Why can't we just smile and be happy? Right? We are a big fucking tent party. We're a big tent party, okay? We're going to have a lot of people that say a lot of things, and a lot of people are going to firmly disagree with those things. Can we just get along? Can we just be nice? Does it always have to be a fight 24/7? Can we just be nice to each other? For Christ's sakes. Dog, the first thing people did was claim that Mamdani didn't win that much. You're not remembering this right. That's first of all, that seems like a big generalization. Because a lot of people were saying and doing a lot of different things. When I looked at my feed, I saw a lot of people that were calling that win. Like, I can't explain some tweets that I'm seeing. There's some tweets that I'm seeing that don't make sense to me, and I don't know how to explain them. I don't understand the logic. Just don't get it. Like this tweet right here. I don't understand this tweet. It doesn't make sense to me. It was responding to a video called "Why Did So Many New Yorkers Vote for Donald Trump?" And this person on Twitter, that company with $5, maybe I'm wrong, but hasn't economy affordability been a mainstay in every single political campaign ever? Why does Mamdani get extra credit for it? Yeah! Guys, we're unveiling our plan of attack, our national strategy, okay? Get ready. You know what we're going to run on? Affordability. I know. We're really breaking the mold here. What Mamdani did was novel in a few different ways. His man on the street interview thing, brilliant. It was fucking brilliant. And that was innovative. And I'm sure you're going to see a lot of other campaigns use that kind of strategy. It was really good. It was really fucking good. It was a good format, and the productions themselves were very polished. The videos were shot very well. They were edited very professionally. And then he has just such a good camera presence, and I think he works really well in that setting where he's just riffing and bouncing off of constituents. It was a really good strat. But the idea of focusing on like affordability is not exactly groundbreaking. And it doesn't have to be. I'm not like knocking him. Like, you don't need to overcomplicate things as a politician. And it's just a case by case. Like, in some districts, maybe there's some big event that happened in that district that disproportionately impacts that district, you know, like a bridge falls or something like that. And then the campaigns in that district, they become about that thing. And, you know, maybe in the surrounding districts as well or whatever. But running on affordability is not new. It's not like Kamala Harris ran on affordability. Joe Biden, to a lesser extent, he was more focused on like COVID, restore the soul of America, you know, bring things back to normal. Less of an emphasis on affordability. But Kamala, her emphasis literally was affordability. It's just harder for her to make that case when she was working with Biden. Anyways, this tweet says, this video was my introduction to Zohran Mamdani. It is the most nationally significant piece of messaging his campaign has put out. If it's not obvious to you why this race mattered for Democrats who want to win in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, you shouldn't be a pundit. Now that's a very bold statement. Very bold statement. My question, what I want to know is, why is Mamdani's campaign more of a blueprint for candidates who want to win in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania than Spanberger or Sherrill? What's the steelman argument for why Mamdani's race is more illustrative of what future candidates in those battleground states should do in terms of campaigning? Like, what is the argument there? He registered the most voters out of all. Okay. I don't find that argument to be particularly compelling, to be quite honest with you. That's great that new people registered to vote. I'm always on board with new people registering to vote. And if he can turn those voters into high engagement voters who stay engaged and vote in the future, then I'm fine with that. I'm good with that. I'm happy with that. That's a good thing. Trump is live an hour late. Is he live? I'm not seeing it yet. Number one, the constituencies in the New Jersey race and the Virginia race they more closely resemble Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan than New York City. That's number one.
Well, this is very exciting. Because again, we're bringing drug prices down to levels that will be as low as possible. Tremendous cuts.
Oh, the audio is scuffed.
200%, 300%, 500%, 700%, a little bit more than that. So today I'm thrilled to have someday maybe it'll come out, which will notify you immediately. But so far I haven't heard that, including the drugs known as Zepbound and Wegovy, often called Ozempic. This is a triumph for American patients that will save lives and improve the health of millions and millions of Americans. Amazing thing. They are amazing. I want to thank Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks, a friend of mine. We've worked long and hard. He and I got this whole thing started in a way. And Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Dustar for joining us today.
This man his brain is melting.
They make a lot of money. I looked at the money, but they're entitled to the money because the companies are doing very well. Along with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary Howard Lutnick. Do you take any of this stuff, Howard?
Not yet.
Okay, good. CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, he doesn't take it. Food and Drug Administrator Commissioner Marty McCary and Director of Medicare Chris Plump. And we have Steve, where's Steve? Is he here? Head of Public Relations for the White House. He's taking it. The United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumes only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the American customer. I would say that's not so good, right? It's not exactly great. To address this chronic unfairness, I signed an executive order earlier this year instructing my administration to do everything in our power to implement most favored nations drug pricing, something that has been helped greatly by tariffs, because when nations refuse to do it, we should have put this in the case yesterday. I just say, well, if you're not going to do it, we're going to charge you a like amount of tariffs. And they immediately say, we'll do it, which means that Americans should pay no more than the lowest price offered anywhere in the world. So that you've heard for years the disparity where you'll pay $150 for a pill in New York and you'll pay $10 for a pill in London. Now you're going to pay $20 both, because the world is a little bit bigger than the U.S., so it goes up that way, but you'll pay $20 and $20. A tremendous advantage to our country after years of being abused by the world system. Already Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and EMD, Serrano, have agreed to drastically lower their prices for American patients, and today
Bad Company with $5. Maybe I'm wrong, but has an economy affordability. I think I already got you for that. Slacker Lane, did I get you for 7 months? Jay Greaves with I think I already got you. Appreciate it, guys.
and this has to do with other
Friends, if you are enjoying the stream, we have memberships on YouTube, tier 1 through tier 3. If you want to support the stream in that way, would super appreciate it. Pondering Politics, thank you so much for $5, you beautiful man. Hutch, we shall miss the GOAT House Speaker, but did she know the Green Lantern theory of politics? If not, we need someone who does. If I had to guess, Nancy Pelosi is familiar with the Green Lantern theory of politics. If I had to guess, that woman for sure reads as Recline. What I want to know, pondering, is how do you feel about Jared Golden retiring? Because I have a not so hot take that this fucking sucks, dude. Don't love that. Probably gonna lose that House seat. Not great. We have memberships on YouTube, tier 1 through tier 3, guys. If you want to support the stream, that would be awesome. We have some emotes on YouTube, finally, thanks to Smodge. I don't know if Smodge is in here, but Smodge, thank you so much for setting all that up. And then on Twitch, guys, we got subscriptions there. We have Twitch Prime sub. We have gifted subs. Lots of different ways that you guys could show support if you were so inclined. Pondering says $5. Would rather have Jared Golden than a GOP. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take credit for that. I think I've shown you the light. I think I've shown you the pragmatic light. That's me having a positive influence on you. I'm going to take total credit. Jared Golden is a Democrat who won in a R+10 district. A district that kept getting redder and redder and redder over the years. And now we're going to lose him. Crooked, thanks so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, buddy. Daz Vidani with $2. Real coward shit from Golden. It is not ideal. I mean, it's just one seat in the House. It's like, okay, but that's not great.
Is my name. Trump, it better be good. TrumpRx.gov, and I think it's turning out to be pretty amazing, right, guys? Just as significantly, Medicare and Medicaid will finally cover the cost of these weight loss drugs for millions of patients suffering from obesity. Co-pays for Medicare patients will be as low as $50. This is tremendous savings. I mean, now you're talking about from $1,350 to $50. This is tremendous news for the American seniors. And
are you actually going to comment on what he's saying or just keep it playing? I'm going to be honest with you. I tune him out about 90% of the time. That's where I'm at with Trump these days.
But I say that modestly.
May, what's up, May? How you doing?
People, it wasn't. You think it was easy saying?
It's just in one ear and out the other, you know? Like, I just get so bored. Clever, thank you so much for 85 months. I love you, buddy.
They're fantastic. Because it's going to equalize the world. The world's a bigger place, and it's going to equalize. I was a little surprised to see that, but I'm happy about it. In addition, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk have agreed to provide...
Oh my goodness, Jinx. With 10 gifted memberships. Jinx. DM me. I can send you some feet pics. Thank you, buddy.
They paid low prices, and we paid, you know, thousands of percentile ahead more. And to sell these drugs to all consumers at deeply discounted prices via TrumpRx.com. When is TrumpRx.com opening?
The site is open. It will launch in terms of giving people prices before the end of the year.
Okay, got to make sure it's successful. It's got my name on it. I don't want to be like so many others. I don't want to be like the train they're building in California, okay, which has about 15,000% cost overrun. Or the beautiful Obama building that he's building in Chicago for the museum, which is now shuttered up and dead. They got it up, and they couldn't finish. It's about, would you say, 5 years behind schedule? And about 2,000% over budget. Then he tells us how to run Medicaid. Many of the most widely used drugs will be available for 60% off or even more.
Crowley with $5. It's funny how MAGA is anti-vax and doesn't trust Big Pharma, but will gladly take Ozempic to lose weight and cry if they can't afford it. True.
Reduce most favored nation's price. Most favored nation's price, that's the best.
It's crazy we have a pretty like a very safe drug that is kind of like a cure for obesity. Like Ozempic has just an insane success rate as far as I understand.
Peanuts.
I've known a few people that took Ozempic and they lost that shit. They lost that weight. Vishy with the gifted sub. Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
7 billion. Novo is spending 10 billion in the United States, so they're building new plant and equipment. That's part of...
Young people, Zoomers are so weird about, not even just Zoomers, like a lot of people are so weird about Ozempic. They see it as like cheating and it's like, what the fuck? Oh, I bet you they took Ozempic. It's like, and like, what the fuck is the problem here? Why does that upset you? Crazy.
$1 trillion based on the way we're going. And by the way, tariffs are very important. Without tariffs, perhaps it could be a little bit different, to put it mildly. Tariffs are so important. The decision in the Supreme Court would be devastating to our country if we got a negative, devastating if we got a negative decision. But this is a great day for American health and healthcare, and for...
Is this a new wig for Trump? I doubt it. His wig situation has just gotten weirder and weirder as he's gotten older because he's just very clearly lost a shitload of hair. I'm honestly surprised he hasn't gotten a hair transplant or something because like this bald spot up here is just grown and grown and grown.
Didn't make it here. Now we're making it. We'll soon be making it all here again because of tariffs and my election, but because of tariffs much more. For years, politicians have talked about making health care affordable, but my administration is actually doing it. Americans deserve the best health care in the world, and we're now getting the best health care at the lowest price. So I'd like to ask someone who's doing a fantastic job, Secretary Kennedy, to say a few words, followed by Dr. Oz, Dr. Klopp, and then...
Say a few words. He did have a stroke, man. He did. This man had a stroke.
CEO Mike Dustar. These are incredible stars in that business. Like Dustar.
I believe it.
Is a big star. And I can tell you that David Ricks is one of the hottest people in the world in business. But the business that he's in is pharmaceutical, and the job he's done with Eli Lilly is incredible. Both of these gentlemen, they really are stars in the truest sense, and it's an honor to have you in the White House, and go to it.
These announcements should be like 5 minutes, and he finds a way to...
Mr. President, I want to start by thanking you, Mr. President, for declaring war on chronic disease in this country. This is something no American president has ever done. If we want to solve the chronic disease crisis, we have to tackle it, obesity. Obesity is the #1 driver of chronic disease.
It'll never not be funny to me that the guy who's in charge of health in this country sounds like a tin can filled with nickels, just shaking every time he speaks.
Cardiac diseases, we are going to see a decline because of this historic agreement. We're going to see a decline in costs, but also, more importantly, in the afflictions themselves. President Trump is the friend of the forgotten American. Obesity is a disease of poverty, overwhelmingly. And these drugs have only been available for people who have wealth. At one point, the majority of prescriptions, the highest concentration of prescriptions in this country, was the Upper West Side of Manhattan. And what about the people who live in rural areas, who live in food deserts? What about the people in urban areas who live in food deserts and are suffering from obesity and are locked into that system where they can only get ultra-processed foods, which are aggravating the problem? This will be a lifesaver to them. It's not a panacea. It's not a silver bullet. President Trump has also instructed us to address and end the root causes of chronic disease, and we're doing that. We're about to release dietary guidelines that are going to change the food culture in this country. They're going to change the kind of food the military gets. They're going to change the kind of food that our children get. We're releasing those in December. The Presidential Council for Physical Fitness is going to get more Americans into, particularly our children, into physical activity so that we can attack the root causes of this. But in the meantime, there's nothing more important than we can do than lower this price. As I said, it is the #1 cost of all drugs. This is the biggest drug in our country. That's why this is the most important of all the MFN announcements we've made. This is going to have the biggest impact on the American people.
If they can drive the cost of Ozempic down, that's actually, I mean, that's great. Daz Vidani with $5. Does anyone else think RFK sounds like a roided up meat puppet being piloted by some sort of brainworm? I can't shake that feeling.
Of Mike Dusar and the other people and the people on our team who figured out a way to align the interests of the shareholders of their company with the health of the American public. And it is a momentous accomplishment. It took months and months of negotiations. And I had a wonderful conversation with Mike Dusar about his experience. And he thanked me for the caliber of people who are on our side of the negotiating team. Chris Klump, who walked away from $1 billion business in order to join.
Your country is cooked. We're struggling right now, but Patriots are in control. That's not true. We'll be in control soon.
Who made this happen?
People need to understand that what happened a couple nights ago was the most thorough and violent shellacking that either party has gotten in over a decade. Like, we fucked them up that bad. I mean, it was a bloodbath on Tuesday night. A bloodbath. Fucking bloodbath on Tuesday. We haven't seen margins like that in over a decade.
Also going to drop. And the savings that we get from that are now going to make it available to people who do not have diabetes. People who have a BMI of 27 and above, or pre-diabetic, or have heart disease risk. They will be able to get it, but everybody will be able to get this drug, and it's going to change. We will lose the American public because of this agreement. will lose 125 million pounds by this time next year. Well, it is going to have dramatic effects on human health in this country. And I want to thank President Trump for his leadership. He said that I'd gotten a lot done as HHS secretary, but almost none of that is due to my ability. It's because I'm surrounded by people who are smarter than me, who are more able than me, and those people came into the administration because they were inspired by President Trump. People like Chris Klump are here because they see this.
Do you think they are smarter than you and more able? No.
Believe me, they're a lot smarter than I am.
Why didn't you take that job? He doesn't really mean that he's being modest, I promise you, but
it is true, unfortunately.
It's a beautiful thing.
But I want to thank you, Mr. President, because you've made me a success here by allowing me to attract these extraordinary people. And I want to again thank David Ricks, who we've been in this Oval Office again and again. You keep saying he's the smartest guy in industry, that he could talk a dog off a meat truck. But it came to the table. And Mike Newstar told me, he said,
did convince people for 20 years that it was okay for Europe to pay $10 and for America to pay $140. That's why they make 45, 50 million a year. He did. Finally, I said, I've had it, right? You did. He did. But anybody can do that, and they're entitled. But now it's down to what it should be.
And Mike Newstar told me what a pleasure it was to negotiate with people who were smart, who had.
Burnbread with the tier 1 membership. I choose Lord of the Rings for my theater rent experience. You know what? I fully support that. You got to go with Fellowship, right? I love the Two Towers. I love Return of the King, but it just, nothing hits quite like that theme when Gandalf rolls up to the Shire. Fucking beautiful music. Once that hits, that's me in my happy place. Tyler with $2. Scott Wiener is greater than Psycot or Connie Chan. I don't know it. I'll take your word for it.
To make this happen, Mike Newstar said to me, he said, we've known we've had to do this for many years. We just haven't.
When will Dems truly address the growing wealth inequality? Well, you had a president that did that with Joe Biden, and then you crucified him. And you fucking crucified him. You had a good thing, and you squandered it. The Skrizatch with 80 months. Thank you so much, buddy.
No, as I said,
there were some false reports out about Tylenol that Bobby changes. I don't think he's changing.
I'm not going to change until the science changes.
The labored breathing into the mic, it just it's so upsetting.
Recommend is that pregnant mothers.
RFK's in the background like he does it every time. He's so bad about that. I have the Jew. Thanks so much for $5. Were they announcing something with GLP-1s? Trump looks very sick and weak. Can't listen to RFK Jr. So rough. I think they made
So we're going to go through some of the deal points, but it does make itself clear that the real stake here is the forgotten man. President Trump, I believe you won the election because you remember the forgotten man. You speak to them, they hear you, they listen to you, and he connects well because he actually...
TK, thank you so much. Let's listen to this and get a sense of what the deal is.
Secretary Kennedy spoke passionately, as he always does, about the problems with obesity. And just to put some very fine point numbers on this, obesity itself is responsible for half of all chronic disease and definitely generates more than a quarter of all the money we spend out of CMS, the $1.75 trillion that we spend annually. We need to address this tempest of dramatically increasing prices for healthcare, and you're not going to do it just by throwing money at the problem. You have to actually literally deal with the causes of the increase in price, and pharmaceutical prices are a part of that. They've been a part of it for a long time, but this president insisted that we address it. In fact, the first time I heard this directly from you, sir, was in January at Mar-a-Lago, where he took Secretary Kennedy, myself, Mr. Ricks, who you'll hear from in a second, to dinner, and demanded explanations for most favored nation pricing and what's wrong with it. And there was not a good reason against it. Now, MAHA is critical. America will have to get fit in order to right-size the healthcare system, and MAHA has the answers. It has obesity management through diet and exercise and sleep and dealing with issues related to that.
How's
and I want to say it as clear
sleeping?
as I can. Obesity is not an absence of GLP-1 drugs. We're all clear on that. But as Secretary Kennedy said, it is an arrow in our quiver that we must use and should use. The MAHA movement means making it easier for the right things to happen, easier for you to be healthy. If you're sitting at home and watching, that's what MAHA means to me. Reducing costs of the #1 most expensive medicine category in our country for Americans does just that. It is as MAHA as it gets. Today's the fourth MFN. President Trump highlighted the first three. Leading U.S. company, leading European company. We've dropped infertility drugs, so we'll make lots of Trump babies, I'm hoping, by the midterms. But it's really about fairness. Fundamentally, it's fairness in pricing to Americans who have been getting ripped off, paying 3 times more than their European counterparts for the exact same product made in the same factory, in the same bottle, in the same packaging. We shouldn't be paying 3 times more, and we are no longer doing that. Fairness to the forgotten man also means dealing with the reality that they can afford a life-saving, life-changing drug that 10% or more of affluent Americans take, but folks without means can't manage it. Secretary Kennedy mentioned New York City. Actually, the #1 zip code is the Upper East Side, which is where you have property. And folks who know ritzy areas buy important real estate there because those real estate properties are worth a lot there. That should not be the #1 zip code in America for purchasing GLP-1 drugs. It speaks to the fact that we have an innately unfair system that penalizes folks who can use these medications the most, folks in the Rust Belt. Now, what are you supposed to do if the right thing to do for your health is right there, but you can't afford to get it? Folks need to be able to utilize these life-saving medications, and being fair about its distribution is essential. And we are democratizing access to these medications and dealing with a moral imperative to make sure that all Americans have access to avoiding all the obesity-related complications by making sure they can afford, if they do things right, not.
So just to be clear, there's no evidence yet that the most favored nations, like executive actions that Trump has taken in the second term have actually amounted to anything yet. Hasn't brought the cost of any drugs down yet. He announced a similar kind of thing like 3 or 4 months ago about a particular set of medications, and it hasn't actually rolled out yet.
Problems like obesity. In addition, we have an update, Secretary Kennedy. We thought it was 125 million pounds. Mr. President, our estimate, based on the company numbers as well, is Americans will lose 135 million pounds by the midterms. But I don't measure it in pounds. I measure it in saved lives. People can sleep again because they can breathe as when they go to bed. Folks whose knees don't hurt. People who don't have heart attacks, renal failure, dementia, all the things we know are associated with obesity and much more. This wouldn't have happened if we didn't have the right tools and had the ability with a team that has been spoken of early. So I want to call out Abe Sutton. He's in the back right there. He leads the CMS Innovation Center. It made the deal possible. And they are announcing today a new model. A brand new model aimed at getting to the vulnerable populations amongst us these medications. The forgotten man will be able to afford these drugs now. Governors will be thanking President Trump. They should be calling directly, sir, because they're going to be able to afford Medicaid next year in ways unimaginable, and they will stop crowding out education and other civil services. We cannot be a wealthy nation without being a healthy nation. That's why today's MFN deal is a historic step forward for all America, and this is something that I don't think is partisan. There is no way you can argue against what just happened. These numbers to my side here, Administrator McCary, who's been instrumental in this process as well, $1,350 baseline. Chris Klump will go through the numbers, but just focus on that 245, which is what he's going to point you to. And Chris Klump has been an unbelievable leader, an innovator. You've heard his name before. He's spoken here before, but he is continuing to change the face of CMS. And I love.
That's the guy from Portlandia. How the fuck did he sneak in there? What's his name?
John Brooks as well, and many others, including Beth Kelly, who runs the.
He thought he was sly. He thought we would miss it. That's the guy from fucking Portlandia. That's Fred Armisen. Yeah.
Howard's been there. It's no longer happening. You've got sharp folks. We're open for business. It's a generational opportunity to serve, and people are showing up. God bless you. Let me introduce now Chris Klump, who is just makes my life easier every day. I'm so proud of him.
All great deals are rooted in principles. We've talked about this before, and today we're announcing another truly great deal. I love this deal, and it's rooted in the principle of potential. This is about unlocking the full potential of every American, the grandmother, the grandfather, the father, the son, by unlocking access to affordable life-saving medications that make a meaningful difference in their lives when they need them most. That's what today delivers. It's a deal built on principle, for people, for the American people, and backed by policy that works. So the most important step to getting healthy is believing that your life has value, that God meant for each of us to have purpose and joy and to live fully. And to do that, we must be good stewards of our body. And the president has been fighting to provide another tool to do just this and enable this. And it's my pleasure to get to outline the contours of the deal today. So first and foremost, customary with the three prior announcements, all of the customary most favored nation terms that you've grown familiar with apply to these two deals. So this is actually deals 4 and 5. Full Medicaid portfolios today at most favored nation prices. Shared savings from existing drug prices in Europe deployed back to the United States. All primary care drugs at U.S. net prices or most favored nation prices available on Trump RX before the end of the year. And most importantly, all future drug launches across commercial, Medicaid, Medicare, and the cash markets at most favored nation prices going forward. Now, GLP-1s. So first, under this agreement, starting doses of oral GLP-1s will cost just $149 a month for everyone. That's roughly 1/8 the cost of the list price today. For Medicare, manufacturers are voluntarily reducing their prices for GLP-1s currently used for diabetes and other covered indications to $245 per month across all doses. The savings generated from this change in prices will be used to provide new coverage to obesity.
If this is real, and you never know with this presidency, but if this is real, I mean, this is a fucking massive W, right?
A month. That means Americans struggling with diabetes and obesity, with heart disease or other chronic conditions can,
if it's real,
drugs more affordably. Medicare patients, importantly, will only pay $50 a month for a copay. This is a massive reduction from what happens today. For Medicaid, no.
For who, Hutch? What do you think the answer to that question is?
Should they opt in? And we encourage them to opt in, and these will be available not just for diabetes and current covered indications, but also for obesity again. And in case you're getting tired of me saying it, at the same price of $245 a month, all covered doses. On Trump RX, the average price of injectables and orals will start at $350 on average. That's compared to roughly $500 today. And that will trend down to, you guessed it, the same $245 a month over the next 24 months. That is 1/5 of the list price. It is 1/2 of the best price in the United States today. We're hoping, Mr. President, that your friend who has to
take the W, right?
These drugs will no longer need to do so and can come and do it in the United States.
Guys, unfortunately, pharmaceutical companies, they do make money in a capitalist system. So I assume they will profit in some way because of these medical therapies.
Very much. First, this isn't about spending more, it's about spending smarter. The savings from the diabetes drug price reductions are being used in a cost-neutral way to fund the new indications for taxpayers. That's amazing, and that happens inside of that same 24-month period. It's cost neutral. We're spending the money more wisely. But second, this isn't just about lower.
Trump DOJ is preparing a series of grand jury subpoenas as a part of an investigation into former CIA Director John Brennan and the probes into the 2016 Russian election interference. Good luck with that.
By tens of billions of dollars a year, and most importantly, higher productivity. Today is about freeing Americans from the weight, literally and figuratively, that holds us back. It's about unlocking the potential.
The $245 rate, as far as I understood, was for Medicare recipients. So I thought it was lower for low-income Medicaid and Medicaid recipients. I could be wrong though.
If we do not reach our full potential as individuals, and we cannot reach our full potential as individuals if we are not healthy. Thanks to Nova and Lily for showing up so constructively over the last several months to make this possible. In particular,
my mom currently is getting semaglutide from a doctor out of network, and she pays $550 for 3 months outside insurance, obviously.
From Lily, and then Mike Dusto from Nova.
Great,
All right, I think we can move on from that. Is what I want to do. Ben Shapiro weighed in on the elections on Tuesday. We didn't actually. You know what? We didn't even finish what we were talking about before. The question is, which races do you think provide a better blueprint for Democrats in battleground states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the exit polls from each of these races. We'll zoom in a bit so you guys can see a little bit better. And this is the Mamdani race. And so the first thing we need to look at is the exit polls broken down by race, because this is really fucking important. And if we scroll down there, and if we scroll down, this is New Jersey. This is Virginia. We're going to scroll down right here. So in Virginia, Spanberger won the black vote by a margin of 84 points, 86 points. She got 93% of the black vote. This is New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill. Jesus, I can't talk. Why is that difficult? Mikey Sherrill. Mikey Sherrill. I'm struggling with that for some reason. She won the black vote by 89%. In total, she won 94% of the black vote. Zohran Mamdani won 57% of the black vote. That's not great. Back to Virginia. Spanberger won the Latino vote by a margin of 33 points. She got 67% of the Latino vote. Sherrill won the Latino vote by 37%, or 37 points. She won 68% of the Latino vote total. Mamdani won 52% of the Latino vote. That's not great. Let's go down to age. Now, again, I just want to point out, we don't actually have to have these conversations in this sort of way. These conversations happen as a response to certain claims that are made. Hutch missed it? What? What did I miss? If you would have just stayed... What did I miss? Someone passed out? Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's truly an honor creating high. Been advancing science. And creating high-value jobs. But today we... Oh, you okay? Gordon, you okay? Yeah.
Press out. Press. We're going. Thank you, press. Press. Right, guys. Cameras. We're done. Cameras. You guys.
Hope he's okay. Jesus Christ. A little on the nose. Do like a health press conference and then somebody passes out. Vishy with $5. Jacob Frey beat the DSA candidate in Minneapolis. We should not be calling Mamdani the blueprint, rather somebody who was the right person for the right place he was running in. Ban and Mikey appealed to their potential constituents and it paid off. Zach with $5. It's crazy. Trump is so corrupt. We're just blowing past the drugs are being sold on a Trump website at a discount. Yeah, through the Trump RX thing. I don't really know too much about that, but yeah, it's fucking corrupt as shit. Bad Company with $2. Trump energy vampire confirmed. Maybe, yeah, that might be confirmed. Edelwild with 18 months. TK with 12 months. Cheers to 1 year enjoying that solar panel for a sex machine on top of your head. What? I have the Jew with $5. Think I already got you there. Skrizatch, did I get you for 80 months? Thank you so much, buddy. Okay. So again, we don't actually have to be having these conversations. I mean, we should have these conversations, you know, and these conversations can be civil. And what these conversations are not saying is that Mamdani is like a bad candidate or he ran a bad campaign. People need to be able to have these conversations without jumping to those conclusions. But I think what's upsetting people by diving into these numbers is that it fucks with the narrative. Fucks with the narrative. The narrative is the only thing that matters. You can't have people fucking with the narrative. But it does. It fucks with the narrative. The narrative is that he is the chosen one that's going to lead the Democratic Party into the promised land. Into the new promised land of progressive politics, democratic socialism, big, bold policy agendas. Is that you're being dishonest? I don't think I'm being dishonest. Hutch, are you going to address the fact that there was another Dem option, which partly explains not winning 90% of the black vote? I mean, I do think that matters. I do think that matters. I'm not discounting that. The fact that Cuomo was in the race complicates things a little bit because we really don't know what these numbers would have looked like if he had a like a viable Republican challenger. But that's honestly that's another factor as to why his race is not necessarily something that you should use or automatically assume that you should use his race as a blueprint. The fact that that is a D+30 city and the fact that it isn't that uncommon or unheard of in cities like that to have this kind of a dynamic with your race. So I understand what you're saying, and I'm not dismissing that. What you can't do is just take all of Cuomo's numbers and then give them to Mamdani. You can't do that. That's not how it works. A lot of those votes would have gone to Sliwa or whoever the Republican challenger was. But we can't know for sure. Can't really know for sure what these numbers would look like. And that's fine to point that out. Again, that's fine to point that out. But it still undercuts the idea that we should be looking to Mamdani for a blueprint in cities all over the country. I think every Dem just needs to run on affordability. That's the way forward. That's what they're going to do. They're already doing it. They're just going to keep doing that. It's going to be Democrats all over the country running on the same things. They're going to find a way to make it relevant for their district. So if in that district, for whatever reason, rent jumped unusually high compared to the national average, then maybe that candidate is going to focus more on rent stabilization or whatever. And then in another district, maybe the cost of a particular good went way up because of supply chain issues or something like that. Well, then their candidates are going to run on, you know, targeting that more. You just take an affordability framework and then you just find a way to fit it into your constituency. Dasvidani with $10. You're already seeing certain leftist pundits cope away those numbers. Mehdi Hassan is now waving away Mamdani losing the Jewish vote by accusing people of downplaying those that did vote for him. I mean, the numbers are what they are. They just are what they are, regardless of the dynamic of the race. Those are the numbers. And it does make it difficult to justify saying to a candidate in a, you know, purple district in Wisconsin, just follow the Mamdani model. There's certain things that you can borrow from the campaign and just copy paste. If your candidate is talented in the way that Mamdani is. So don't be surprised if you see a lot more candidates in the next year doing their kind of man on the street interviews. That's a good model. It's a good model. Like, he didn't necessarily invent that model, Mamdani, but the way he applied it to New York City politics was brilliant. And so you're going to see more people do that. But if your candidate is not that charismatic, maybe don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's not going to work for every candidate. You think 40% would have gone to Sliwa? Come on. I don't know what amount of people would have gone to like Sliwa, but you know, when we look at previous governors' races, Adams won by, hold on, let me see. Let me do a cheatsy doodle. I just saw the numbers the other day. It was like 65-35 or something like that, you know. Sliwa was also not a very like viable candidate. He was not like the Republicans didn't really have like anything approaching like a serious candidate in this race. So that's another thing that's like kind of difficult to extrapolate from this race. But isn't that the point? Because it's difficult to extrapolate from this race. That's yet another reason why doesn't really make sense to say that you should copy paste. Did you see AOC's big tent statement? I did, and it made me very happy. It was good to see this kind of rhetoric.
Our assignment everywhere is to send the strongest fighters for the working class wherever possible. In some places, like Virginia for the gubernatorial seat, that's going to look like Abigail Spanberger. In New York City, unequivocally, it is Zora Mamdani.
Unequivocally is doing a lot of work there. Sliwa has run before. Let's look at those numbers. Okay. Okay, so Sliwa ran. Okay, how do I ask this question? What were the margins of victory in the previous NYC mayor's races where Sliwa was the Republican candidate? You can't do a one-to-one comparison between this race and a typical R versus D New York City race. It's not even worth it. He won, and he won by a majority and not a plurality. Hold on. So Eric Adams was up against Sliwa in 2021. And in that race, Adams won by pretty decent margin. 42 points. Adams was nearly 67%. Sliwa was roughly 28%. So there's that. you can't do a one-to-one comparison, but what you can do is sort of gauge, like, this is relevant when you, especially when you dive into the crosstabs. Like, these numbers are very relevant. Even if the dynamics of the race are totally different, it is worth it to dive into these various voters' preferences. These numbers don't indicate strong support from black voters. That is potentially a pretty big problem. Cuomo did better with, I mean, this, I would say, like, the two most important crosstabs to look at are the percentages broken down by race and percentages broken down by age. Mamdani fucking crushed it with 18 to 44 voters. And Mamdani had a modest lead with 45 and older voters. I would rather do well. I don't know about you guys. I would rather do well with older voters. That's just my opinion. That's a stronger voting bloc right there. They're going to show up in larger numbers consistently in every election. I don't know if we've ever had a single election, even at the local level, where the young voters outnumbered the old voters. Just not something that happens. Can I come on the stream and talk to you about this real quick because you're missing some important dynamics here? Sure. I don't think I'm missing anything. The topic is, why is Mamdani's race more instructive than Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill's races when it comes to potential future candidates in battleground states like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan? New York City is first of all, and I think this is the most important part of this discussion. First of all, New York City is a wildly different constituency than the overall states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Those three states are much wider. There are way like there are a lot of like suburban voters and rural voters in those states. They're just very, very different constituencies. I don't know if they're wider. I said whiter. Matt Deering. Is that the person who spoke up before? Is that you, Matt? Matt, are you there? Matthew, your mic is muted.
Yo, can you hear me? Or do I sound like shit?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right, give me a second to mute stream. Okay, I'm on a break from work, so I figured I would hop on and chat with you about this. So I think one thing I don't disagree with your premise that, like, there's a model that isn't exactly Mamdani that's probably better for the rest of the country. I'm like a political consultant by trade, so I don't think you can copy paste anything and put it anywhere. But the dynamic about these stats that, like, when you're looking at the New York City race, I think you have to account for the fact that his main opponent is another Democrat with 100% name ID.
Yeah.
So, like, if you take Cuomo out of the race and replace him with Jim Walden, who is the pre-existing, like, independent candidate, and Sliwa, I think you're going to have black voters come. My voice might sound weird because I think my left AirPod might kind of suck. But I had surgery on my right ear a couple days ago, so I can't use it. Sorry.
That's okay. You sound fine.
but you would see black voters largely come home to the Democratic Party. You would have some who are homeowners, right? Homeowners here in New York City overwhelmingly went to Cuomo, renters went to Mamdani. And that, I think, is the bigger, interesting, like, dynamic here, is that, like, you would have older black homeowners. Some of them would go to your Republican or like your Sliwa Dominicans, and like more truly conservative populations you would see do that. But I think Mamdani probably in like a standard New York City mayor's race would have gotten like 60% of the vote, probably. So he probably would have done a little bit worse than Adams did. But I think there are things from his candidacy, I think, that will work in a lot of places. New York City's unique in a lot of ways with like what the mayor can and can't do. But I do think like calling himself a socialist, being a DSA member didn't like hurt him, or didn't help him, sorry, is what I meant to say. And candidates certainly, I don't think, would benefit themselves from taking that label, particularly if you want to win like a citywide race. So,
I mean, I don't.
That's really all I contribute, but go ahead.
These are just the numbers that we can work with here. So, I do think it is a bit misleading to do like a 1-to-1 comparison between Mamdani and previous NYC mayoral races or races in other states and districts. I understand that argument, and I'm not trying to make this like 1-to-1. But these are the best. Okay. These are the best numbers that we have going for us.
I don't fight the numbers either.
And they show a very clear preference when it comes to older voters and black voters.
And that's because in many ways this was another Democratic primary.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right? That's what we want to look at. Really, is like once the real numbers come out and we can like look at like Democratic precincts that like are all Democratic and how those people voted. It's like another Democratic primary plus, like Staten Island and South Brooklyn voted, right?
Yeah, I understand. That's a good way of.
This is like that kind of factional fight. Think about it more of like a Bernie versus Hillary kind of thing. Not necessarily
versus like Vivek or whatever, in a big urban city.
Exactly. So like you see this like generational divide between like older black homeowners who are largely like against the expansion of housing. They're against the like some of these new changes even that Adams has made when it comes to like the trash containerization, all this sorts of stuff, right? You have the older voters who are resisting change, and you have the younger voters, downwardly mobile, like millennials and whatnot, who, if you look at some of this exit polling from Tuesday, they're like, basically there are people who voted for Zoran who like don't think his policies are realistic or achievable.
Yeah.
But they voted for him anyway because they're like, this old way isn't the way that, we shouldn't go this way anymore. I wasn't, I live in Brooklyn. I've taken some time away from my hometown, which is in Western New York. So I have some other experience. My hometown's Buffalo, where India Walton, if you remember this, a handful of years ago, won a Democratic primary and then lost in the general election to the like 4-term incumbent Democratic mayor. So I've like, I've gotten like bad looks when I told people that I would have ranked Zoran 5th. Okay. He would have been my 5th choice in the primary. So like, I'm not I'm sort of like a center left liberal, kind of like you. That's why I watch your streams, when I'm bored or whatever. But I think like,
I mean, do you even disagree with the premise that potential candidates that are going to run in states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan shouldn't necessarily, like, who would you rather look to as a model for how to run those campaigns? Mamdani or Spanberger?
Oh, I mean, I think those campaigns, undoubtedly, when you're running statewide, you just have to try to appeal to more voters, right? I think like if Zoran had done exactly what he did, but hadn't been a DSA member, hadn't had a long history of like activism, when it comes to like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or anything like that, I think like
you would have done better.
You have to I think you have to like divorce Zoran as a guy from the campaign and even the policies that he ran on, right? Like he has his own personal things that people like attack him over
But he
that
is,
are really
but,
what like
you know, but he
drag
is,
him down.
But he is who he is, right? So like, who would you rather look to in terms of being instructive for how to run your campaign in Pennsylvania?
I mean, I guess if you want to know how to run a successful campaign in Pennsylvania, I would look at Shapiro.
No, hang on. Wait. Your choices are, let's say it's a D+5 seat in Pennsylvania. Would you rather take cues?
I'm finding whatever, CIA spook with a nice head of hair that I can to like run in that race. Totally.
Wait, hold on, wait. But the question is, which campaign would you think would be more instructive if you had to pick one? Spanberger's or Mamdani's?
That's what I'm saying. I would like find the closest CIA spook I could. Like, obviously, that's like Spanberger or.
Okay, I meant like for.
Hold on, Chet. Yes, CIA. Yes, Spanberger was CIA. I'm not saying like it's a bad thing. I'm saying I would find like.
Yeah. I
the
understand.
most person with that profile.
I understand.
And run them in that. Them in that district. Like, maybe not necessarily that exact profile. Again, different places are different, right? But like. I think there are lessons you could learn from both. I think like it's always better when you wait a minute with the word spook. I'm black, so I wasn't using it as a racial slur, to be clear. But like,
just ignore chat. That's what I do half the time.
The lessons to be learned from like Spanberger though are also different, right? Spanberger or Cheryl, you have two women with like relatively established congressional careers, long like experience. They have history, like passing a lot of bills,
military service,
being very
CIA,
military service, like very good. So like that background or having like experience in government, I think that's also a really important thing. Like I think exactly. I see somebody talked about to like losing to Fry, like. Sorry, I ignore chat. How do I make this go away? Ignore you.
Let's go ahead and put a button on this.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I wanted to say was that like I think when you're analyzing the Mamdani race, I just think there's like more to take into account. I just think there's more like everybody I think is missing a lot of lessons from all of these races, and the best lesson to learn is like there's a popular front forming against like a fascist authoritarian in the White House. We all need to join it. And that's what I'm saying. Stop being I'm with you. So thanks for giving me a few minutes to chat. Probably bug you again some other time to
especially if you do political consulting, I'd love to chat with you again in the future.
All right, cool, man. Have fun on the stream.
All right, take it easy. Why were you guys going so ham in chat? What the fuck was going on in chat? He said spook because Spanberger's ex-CIA. Let's look into her bio real quick. Spanberger bio. Wikipedia. What is your background? All right, so she's very close in age to my sister. She was a police officer. Oh wait, no, that was her dad. In the early 2000s, Spanberger taught English literature as a substitute teacher at the Islamic Saudi Academy in Northern Virginia. She received a conditional job offer from the CIA in December 2002. While waiting for a background check to be completed, Spanberger worked as a postal inspector, as her father did, focusing on money laundering and narcotics cases. Excuse me. In 2006, she joined the CIA as a case officer, working to find, recruit, and build relationships with foreign nationals who have had information of value to the U.S. government. Jesus, this woman is Fucking grown up. She has publicly stated that she gathered intelligence about nuclear proliferation and terrorism. During her career, she held at some point 5 different passports and met people undercover. She is a former literal CIA spy. Like a literal spook. In 2014, Spanberger left the CIA, entered the private sector. She was hired by Royal and Company, now a part of EAB, doing consulting work for colleges and universities. In the aftermath of the 2016 election, she began working with Emerge America to encourage women to run for state and congressional offices. In 2017, Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe appointed her to the Virginia Fair Housing Board. So she joined the private sector and then left the private sector in 2016 to try to get more women to run for office. I like her bio. I fucking like that bio. And then Mikey Sherrill, another kind of a badass here. She was inspired by her grandfather, who served as a pilot in World War II. Sherrill wanted to be a pilot from a young age. She was among the flight school graduates in the first class of women eligible for direct assignment to fly combat aircraft. Sherrill graduated from the Naval Academy in 1994, but was barred from walking at commencement. The fuck did she do? Sherrill said that her absence from commencement was punishment for her failure to report students implicated in a major cheating scandal at the Naval Academy. She ain't no rat. She didn't rat some friends. Crustacean? We just don't use that word. Just use a different word. Sherrill flew missions throughout Europe and in the Middle East. And in 2000, she was based at a Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, Texas. Law career. While earning her Juris Doctor degree from Georgetown University Law Center, Sherrill was a summer associate at Kirkland and Ellis. After graduation from Georgetown University Law Center, Sherrill returned to Kirkland and Ellis's New York City office, where she worked in the litigation department from 2008 to 2011. She joined the U.S. Attorney's Office as an outreach and reentry coordinator. After she left the law firm in 2015, she became a federal prosecutor as an assistant U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey. And then she ran for a House seat in 2018. The seat had been held by a 12-term Republican incumbent. She beat a 12-term Republican incumbent. Jesus. Am I crazy, or are there a lot of women, like really strong Democrat Congress people that are women, like Slotkin unseated someone who had been there for many terms and then defended the seat twice in close races. That is impressive. 12 terms. She beat a Republican that had been sitting in that seat for 24 years. In June 2018, Sherrill won the Democratic primary with 77% of the vote, beating 4 other candidates. This woman is a fucking titan. Okay. Tenure. Following her election, Sherrill joined the moderate New Democrat Coalition, the second largest Democratic caucus in the House, and was named its freshman whip. She also joined the Blue Dog Coalition, a caucus of moderate and conservative House Democrats, but later left the group in 2023. She served on the Committee on Armed Services, Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation, Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. Okay. All right. We know a little bit more about them. Spanberger 2028 IMO. Spanberger has like Riz. She has a little like, you know, like got a little like sass. She's got a little swagger. I like that about her. So anyways, I mean, I made a joke on Twitter last night. I just want to say that I've put out like a couple banger tweets recently that I don't think I've gotten nearly enough love. Because this was a banger. Damn, you can't even see what it's replying to. There you go. Do it like that. I joke, and it is a joke. I joke, but I'm not even kidding. I think Joe Manchin would be like an insanely strong presidential candidate. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's actually not a joke. I think we'll have other options that stand a good chance of winning in 2028, but bro, he would fucking, actually, I don't even know. I take that back. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Like, Democratic Party voters like fucking hate this guy. But like Joe Manchin and yeah, never mind. I take it back. In a rational universe, this guy would get like 62% of the vote. I'm unsubbing from this BS. Well, don't do that. You've been subscribed for 34 months and you're going to unsubscribe over my hot take. This isn't even the first hot take I've had with Joe Manchin. This is like the 50th. Mofish, I saw that bait yesterday and I don't appreciate it. Bad company with $2. Hutch not beating the allegations. He wouldn't even win in West Virginia. Mondani is playing the game. All leftists hate him now. Uh-oh. What did he do? Oh my goodness. He is. He's playing the game. He struck a deal with Jeffries. Jeffries endorses him and then he works to prevent like a primary challenge. That's crazy. He's doing the Game of Thrones. Good for him. Good for him fucking playing that game. Zohran Mamdani quietly working behind the scenes to block progressive primary challenge against Hakeem Jeffries. Look at him go. Look at him getting out there and doing the damn thing. Bad take, Hutch. If you want him to be successful, you want him to be out there playing the game. You know? So it's a good thing that he's playing the game. Ousting Jeffries right now would honestly just be dumb. There's no reason to oust Jeffries right now. That's fucking insane. Why? For what? Friends. Like, why would you oust him? That's fucking insane right now. I did see that. Somebody passed out at the Trump press conference. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, guys. Give me just a couple minutes and I'll be right back. And I'll argue with chat more about why no, I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Because you did the socialist revolution. And then everybody gets socialism for minimum 200 years.
That's the bonus, is the murder. That's a sweetener for Prime.
All right, I think this will be the last hypothetical.
Come on, I just want to know the answer to that question.
No, no. Like what you're trying to do, right, is like you're saying, hey, the hypothetical that I created, right, I think is firmly within the bounds of like logic, right? Like now we have to bring in like exotic technologies, right, so that we can know into the future what's going to happen, right?
You brought up the segregation.
No, hold on 1 second. No, hold on. I'll defend it. I'll defend it, right? Because we have people within our party who defend genocide. They defend genocide right now. That's the thing that's happened, right? They defend
I'll throw in Palestinian statehood. I'll throw in Palestinian statehood.
They defend racial hierarchies, right? When they happen in other places.
I'll throw in a one-state solution.
And they continuously, within the current Democratic Party, they continuously ignore, right, and downgrade and exploit the Democratic, the black base, right? They come to us hat in hand, asking for our votes, right? But then when racial violence happens to us, and we say, hey, let's get a policy solution, right? Like the George Floyd policy,
Justice and Policing Act.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, right? That doesn't get passed, right? Like when the black people who are a crucial a part of the Democratic coalition, when they ask for policy solutions, they don't get it. Right, even though
I'm not asking about all that. I'm asking about this. Like,
I know you want to ignore all that, but I'm saying that like you're trying to there's a difference between the hypothetical that I gave you and the one that you're trying to give me, right? And even then, I can even work with the hypothetical. Still no, right? The still answer is no, right? So I'll say that, right? But then I'll go back to criticizing this and say that like we're looking at a Democratic Party that has shifted on workers' rights, abandoned workers.
I don't need this. Like,
no, I don't care. I'm not talking.
You're preaching on a soapbox here, bro.
I already gave. Then I will get on my soapbox. I'm going to actually make my statement. You're going to listen to it, right? So I don't give a fuck about that. So anyway, so we have a Democratic Party that has abandoned the working class, that has abandoned in the conversations the LGBT crowd, right? Because we don't want to be too woke. That continuously doesn't deliver for racial minorities, right? Like this party actually talking about like hey, being okay with segregation. I don't think that's so crazy. I think that there's a point in time we can.
No, man, come on.
Sure,
you think it's so?
Well, I don't think it's so crazy. I think within
the modern Democratic Party would be advocating for segregation.
No.
America?
Not the party, but like there could be candidates who would actually do that, right? Like, well, hey,
viable candidates.
Hold on. Yes, hold on. If it's within a southern state, why not? Right, hon.
Well, we have candidates with Nazi tattoos, so sure.
Yeah, like there's indeed we do, right?
I'm just curious.
Hold on, one second. So
of course you would.
I'm saying that like within the Democratic Party now, right? We don't have standards. We don't have standards, right? It's what Hutch wants, right? We have no standards within this party. You can be anti-abortion, right? You can be anti-LGBT. You can be anti just about everything. But you guys think that apparently being anti-black is a step too far.
How many congressional Democrats? How many congressional Democrats are pro-life in the entire Congress?
Hutch, what he's saying is, what the argument that you're advocating for here is, and I kind of am sympathetic to this, is there is no limit to what a Democrat can believe that violates what we would otherwise consider a democratic principle if they help us beat fascism, which I am sympathetic to.
All right, let's get back into it. Okay. Did anybody have more thoughts about the upcoming races and like which? I would love for if there's anybody that wants to make the strong case for like, let's do what Mamdani did over the Spanberger stuff. I find it so confusing. I don't think it's based on anything. McNitty with $10. Nothing was more frustrating about this than his disdain for you restating his argument, not word for word, but his glee for calling you a blue racist blind D voter who doesn't care about context. I had somebody in my mentions yesterday that was like, this coming from the guy that would welcome segregationists into the party. And it's just so fucking pathetic. It's based on it working, still in his PJs. It's based on, you mean Mamdani winning the race? I'm fine with candidates trying to do the Mamdani thing if they want. That's what primaries are for. See what works. I just don't like the division, man. I don't like the division. And I see more of that division just because I'm so plugged into it in online spaces. I feel like a lot of people don't see it as much as I do. Like they literally don't see it as much on their feed as I do. But I started to see it for what it was. And then once I saw it for what it was, I see it everywhere now. Maybe I'm a bit too hyper vigilant about it. Maybe that's part of the problem. Welcome back, Dixiecrats. Let's go. What I should have said, and I'm bummed that I didn't think about it at the time. But when Prime was asking me, like, so if you guys missed it, Prime asked me the hypothetical, would you vote for, you know, segregationists? If there were segregationists that emerged and ran as Democrats, advanced past the primaries, and were competitive in red districts and states, would you vote for one? And I said, yep, I would. And I meant that shit. And then Prime did this thing where he like kind of like paused and he was like, well, there you go. There it is. He like presents this extreme hypothetical to test my like axiomatic like foundation. And then he goes, well, there you go. There it is. Typical shit lib. And what I should have said was, okay, well, would you vote for a single segregationist if they were running in a seat that you're, you know, in your district? And in doing so, in voting for this segregationist, you would take power away from a party that was entirely segregationist. I wish I would have made that argument. Because that's kind of hard to defend, right? Like if you're going to say that it's immoral for me to vote for a segregationist, you would then have to explain why it would be moral to take some kind of an action that would maybe help segregationists maintain power in the Congress. But we got hung up because, you know, I tried to make the point by saying fascists. Like, are we talking about fascists or are we talking, what are we talking about here? Mamdani after he blocks Hakim's progressive primary challenger. What is this? Oh no. I just feel like that word gets thrown around a lot, and I feel like people don't actually mean the word. When people say Donald Trump was a fascist, I don't think they're I don't know what other conclusion I'm supposed to jump to then. You know, I'm not sure if Prime really honestly thinks that Donald Trump represents a fascist threat, because if you really thought that, then, you know. I'd also point out that Lenin himself made compromises early on in the revolutionary struggle of the USSR. He opened markets up early on. That was his compromise that he made with the peasantry, to make sure that they didn't rise up and fucking murder him like they killed the Romanovs. Did you see the FDNY fire commissioner resigned the morning after Mamdani was elected? I did, but I don't know much about that guy. Okay. Hello? Chuck, are you there? Are you muted?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Chuck. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Remember you and that other guy the other day were talking about the Texas Senate race and how you wanted Tallarico instead of Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
And I argue the opposite.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right. Now, do you understand that Texas has the most black voters of any state?
Is that true?
That's true.
Huh.
So
I did not know that. Is that true? Wait, hold on. Let me look this up.
That's true. That's true.
More than like Georgia or
yes. I have family down there.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm fact checking you, but go ahead.
So fact check it. So, and the reason why, and my deal is she could win if two things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, if she gets the black vote to vote like white people do down there in Texas, she can win. That's number one. Number two, if her opponent is either the black guy, Wesley Hunt, and maybe Paxton, maybe, because I still don't trust those Texans down there. But if those two things happen, she can win it. Tallarico, the only reason why, you're hoping that he can generate the excitement on the ground in Texas. And I don't think he'll get enough of the black vote to win it. I don't think so. Hope he does, because you got to understand, because my theory of the case is, all right.
But he's running on using scripture to pitch left-wing populism, which I think is a pretty interesting combination in Texas. And
right, so you're hoping that white people changed. No. You're hoping that white people change their voting habits.
Well, so maybe certainly some white people, but this would have appealed to black voters like a lot, right? If he's pitching a religious kind of angle to left-wing populism.
Some, but not the young ones, not the ones you're talking about. People that
I'll
are
bet you
older.
I'll bet you young black people are probably on the averages more religious than young white people, right?
Yeah, that's true, but it's not. But yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But that's what, because I've seen, like, okay, my political instincts is always, I look at what happened to Obama. When Obama ran in 2012, he was only able to get 39% of the white vote. So that tells me that the white vote is balkanized. So you have to drive out everybody else. Because like these last elections in Virginia and in New Jersey, they won because the Latinos flipped. The Latinos and the black male vote flipped a little bit more.
Yeah,
that's why they won.
Yeah. Oh, that seems to be a big part of it. Yeah.
In New Jersey and Virginia, because somebody said something interesting on MSNBC the other day. They said basically states are pretty much red states with the exception of cities. So like Minnesota, for example, right, where I live at, we have St. Paul and Minneapolis, which are the main cities, and then any outside of that, it's all red.
Yeah.
But to win Minnesota, you got to win St. Paul and Minneapolis.
Right. Yeah.
And that's why we've been a blue city since 1972.
Yeah. So for me, it's not even. I think the most important thing about Tallarico and the way that he would run his campaign versus the way that you would anticipate that Crockett would run her campaign is that he's running as a Democrat, but he's running with very nonpartisan rhetoric, which I think is that I feel like is extremely necessary in a state like Texas, where it's always just been so out of reach in the modern era. Like we've liked to speculate demographic shifts, could Texas turn purple, these kinds of things. We just haven't had a lot of success there. And I think
because they've never tried what I'm proposing. That's why when Jasmine talks about this Senate race, she says I have to look at the numbers. Because
Right.
she's saying what I'm saying. If she doesn't drive out the black vote, she can't win, period. End of stop. There's just no way. And what you're saying is you want Tallarico to try what Colin Allred did and Beto did.
I'd have to go back and look at Beto's race. I'm not sure if he ran as like nonpartisan, but Jasmine Crockett is very partisan. Which I'm not saying, I'm not adding a moral or I'm not adding kind of like any judgment to that. I'm not saying it's like good or bad to be partisan or nonpartisan, but she's very partisan. She viciously attacks Republicans, and we like it because it gets lots of clicks online. And sometimes she says some crazy, insanely funny shit when she's in those subcommittee hearings, you know, calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a butch-built blonde, whatever she said. I don't know what she said. Governor Hot Wheels, stuff like that. You know, that stuff is like really popular online, but I have serious doubts.
Name a Republican that doesn't say anything crazy about the left.
That's not the point. I mean, that even if there is that double standard there, that doesn't really matter to me. But like, I have very, very serious doubts that a highly partisan Democrat can be competitive in Texas. I feel like you would need to have enough appeal.
It would depend upon who her opponent is as well.
Well, it's going to be Cornyn, right?
No.
In 2026?
They're having a primaries between Cornyn, Paxton, and Wesley Hunt. They're having a primary.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So depending upon if she runs against Wesley Hunt, she'll win that. Hands down. There's no way in the world Wesley Hunt can win in Texas.
Well, I haven't read anything about him being competitive. Like the only thing that I've ever read is like the only two real possibilities are Cornyn and Paxton, right? And if it's if it's Paxton, he's pretty vulnerable. So maybe but that to me feels like such a waste. Like if Paxton is vulnerable, I'm not sure why I would want to choose someone like Crockett. Like if Paxton is vulnerable, then I'm way more comfortable choosing Tallarico personally, because I think he has way more appeal. He can appeal to a broader base.
Way more appeal to who though?
Just a broader base, just a broader voter base.
Remember, Texas is majority minority. Remember that. So you're thinking, who would he appeal to?
Yeah.
Just think.
Well,
I mean, I'm not saying. I'm just looking at it like.
Well, like, are you talking about so Texas has an enormous Hispanic population? Is that what you're talking about?
They have the largest black population in the United States, and then they're a majority minority state, and they have Hispanics is like a large too. So it's pretty much a third.
Yeah, I mean, Hispanic voters are typically going to be more socially conservative and less partisan.
And they vote less.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
You see what I mean?
We can wait for the numbers. Let's wait until we see some polling, because you know there's more chatter about her running for the Senate, and so I assume there's going to be some pollsters that do some head-to-heads, like Tallarico versus Cornyn versus Crockett versus Cornyn, and we'll see what those say. But I have a sense that she's going to be way more competitive in the primaries just because her name recognition is like so much higher. But I think that if we were to run numbers now, it would show Tallarico probably pulling ahead of her versus Cornyn and Paxton. That's just my guess. But
okay, but I got a question. This is my last one. So what do you think about my theory that no matter what type of Democrats you're going to get, the best you'll ever get of the white vote share is 39-40%. That's it. No matter who you run, that's the best you'll ever get.
Like in any state? Or in the country?
I'm talking about for president.
Oh, it seems to be that way now, but that could change because they don't have commanding margins. Like it's not like a commanding amount of, cause like when we go to CNN exit polls 2025 or 2024, wasn't it like 55 to 45 or something?
No.
It was more than that? Are you sure?
No, it's less. It's less. The Democrats have not won the a high share of the white vote since the civil rights movement. That's a fact.
I'm just hold on, I'm just looking for race here.
And I think Barack was the highest at like 42 or 43 in 2008.
Okay, so 2024, Harris got 42% of the white vote. Trump got 57% of the white vote.
Okay.
And then I imagine.
So low 40s is your top line.
I think Biden did better than her. I could be wrong about that. Hold on, let me see. Biden did worse than her. Biden got 41% of the vote. Trump got 58% of the vote. And you're saying that the best, what were you saying? The best that the candidate...
39, let's see. So we got 39 and we got it all the way up to 41, 42. I think that's the best you're going to be able to get with the white vote. And I think sometimes the Democrats make the mistake of always chasing after that voter instead of just moneyballing it and get more vote share, not percentages, vote share from minorities. Because I think that's what happened with Kamala Harris. She didn't get the black vote in Detroit and Philly and Milwaukee. That's why she lost those states.
Mm-hmm.
So that's and I'm seeing it, and I'm seeing it repeat over and over again. The only time the Dems win is when they have that larger share of black and minority vote. When it drops off a little bit, they lose. And that's what happened with Clinton. That's what happened with Harris. The percentages are fine, but the raw vote totals, I think that's been the problem. And I think the Democrats should just reverse engineer it and, moneyball it. Because I think you spend less money going after the black voter than you would going after that mythological.
Yeah, but again, I just think it's the partisanship issue that I think is just such a problem in Texas. But to be honest with you, I am not qualified to opine on this. This is just my gut. This is just my gut.
This is just a theory that I've been running across because I see it and I'm like, wait, she could win, and I just take that and I expand that to everything because it's like it seems to me like everybody is going after the same voter, and I'm like, those people haven't voted for Democrats since the 60s. So I'm like, why are we wasting our money? Why are we thinking about them until they, that's why
so candidates struggling to get a higher percentage of the white vote in presidential races, that's not going to necessarily apply to statewide races or district level races. I'm sure you can find plenty of examples of candidates.
I think we need to do some research. I don't think so. I think it's the same thing. Statewide, the only way a Democrat wins statewide if they get a larger percentage of the minority vote in that state.
I don't know. We'll dive into the numbers one of these times, but I'm going to get to some other colors here, Chuck.
Go ahead.
Yeah. It was good talking to you, though.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. Despicable? What the hell?
Oh. Hey.
That noise. Is that Tangia?
It's a join noise. Sorry.
Yes, that's intense. Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
So my main point when listening in, especially like when you were going over what Prime was saying in his argument, is that people don't seem to understand why people vote or why they vote the way they do. And that's why we're seeing a lot of people who are like, oh, we have to follow like what Mamdani did, and that's getting people out. You gotta energize people, and that's why Prime's argument about the segregationist Democrat also didn't make any sense, because realistically, if you had a segregationist quote unquote Democrat running and you had to vote for him, you have to vote for him. People vote in the ways that they can get their vote across. If he was a Democrat, that means there's another side that's not even comparable to that, that's worse, running against him. And there's other policies other things attached to
it's just
whatever else they believe.
It's just a basic trolley problem situation that I've seen many a leftist struggle with. Like he takes it to an extreme, you know. Like he I think Pisco made the point that I don't think Prime would vote for a segregationist even if it meant like sparing the universe from complete annihilation. Like that's
and that's the problem.
That's his moral framework. According to him, that's morality, but to me, that's completely incoherent morals. Like it doesn't make any sense.
But that's what divides people like him who support Mamdani from like the average voter. The average voter isn't going to care about some negatives if like the candidate that the best supports like what they're trying to get across or stopping something or even voting out of spite has like some characteristic that they don't like. There are people who would vote for that if like they absolutely had to. I don't think it's very likely.
Jay Jones outperformed Kamala, and he got caught privately talking about unaliving, you know, children, and voters still picked him. So, you know,
yeah. I just think that that carries on to like more than just Prime. There's people who just don't. I guess a lot of them do. You say it all the time. Like it's part of the agenda where like, you know, socialist, leftist, populist policy is like all they push and the only way they try to view things. But the reality is, and you mentioned it earlier, a lot of the key figures like in that movement before made compromises with how they were voting and who they were supporting because they're trying to get somewhere beyond the right here and right now. Like
FDR, maybe. I mean, FDR is their favorite president in history, and they want a return to FDR-style politics. But FDR made massive compromises in order to build a coalition that was big enough to do really enormous New Deal policies. So,
yeah, that's mainly my point. The other one, when it came to Texas, was about Latinos because I'm Latino and I have grown up around like older like Hispanic and Latino people. I think the biggest problem, especially in Texas, is a lot of it is like tied around like religion, like being Catholic and their work culture. Because my mom and like her boyfriend at the time during Biden's presidency were very unhappy with the country and like the government. They were like, oh, well, nobody wants to work anymore. And like, they're giving you money for not working and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And before Trump was elected, my mom literally said like, well, at least he's going to get people back to work or something like that. And what people seem to misunderstand is for like, even though the Latino like voter base is routinely like hurt by Republicans or they're like cast aside or, you know, whatever, a lot of them don't view them as a negative because they align with like their work ethic or morals most of the time. And it's not until something really crazy happens, I guess, until like this administration that they start like, you know, reconsidering their vote. But the hardest obstacle to overcome, especially if you're trying to like flip Texas more purple, is the fact that a lot of people just view the Democrats as the lazy, you're not gonna work party, the government handout stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's like a hard thing to really bridge. And I don't know. I did see that there, you know, people are starting to run with like, I'm not a Democrat or Republican, I'm here for you and whatever.
Yeah.
And that seems to be working, but that's really the challenge is once you're associated with like, you know, I guess any kind of social welfare.
It's a sticky,
Latinos,
sticky narrative that's hard to unwind. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know how well it's the same across the country, but at least here in Texas, that's kind of like how it goes. Even if they get out of like blue collar work and to white collar work when they own their own businesses, then it's harder because if they don't change their mind, then they're like, well, the Republicans helped me with my business, so yeah, it's just a difficult hurdle.
Good talking to you. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no worries.
Cheers. Naughty Pop.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Just a second. Let me turn this down. Okay. So I was gone for like 20 minutes, so I don't know all what you guys covered. But the Iowa Dems are doing a massive panic thing about, oh, we need to be more like Mondami. We need to be less than Mondami because that's going to turn voters off. And, you know, Rob needs to be more left. He needs to be more right and all this other stuff. And you need to look into Rob Sand and start getting behind him because he's fucking awesome. He rides a skateboard, for crying out loud. Anyway, so I sent off this little thing to some of the higher up Iowa Dems that I have connections with. And I was just going to read it to you. It's just like a minute or two. And then I will tell YouTube chat to like the damn stream, and then I'll leave you alone. There's no need to distance yourself from Mondami. We need to realize that the Democratic Party is a massive tent. Some of his ideas wouldn't work here, and that is fine. Each state has different needs and populations. However, the energy and enthusiasm he brings would. He centered his campaign on recognizing what people of his area needed. They agreed. We need to do that here. Citizens in this state have far too long drank the Kool-Aid and kept voting against their best interests. It's time to start showing them this is what you voted for, and this is what you're getting. Stop the party politics and do what's best for this state and yourselves. Hate is expensive. Hate is self-detrimental. We are highest in ag bankruptcies and cancer right now. We are worst on economy. We have lost a ton of ground on education, food deserts everywhere. People are tired and broke. Republicans have been running this state far too long on broken promises and flat out lies, slowly moving this state farther right and normalizing hate. Christianity does not mean you have to vote Republican. If your church leader is telling you this, it's time to find a new one. Read the red words in the book you're weaponizing. He spoke of love, love your neighbor, love others as they have loved you, love others as you loved yourself. Give me you're tired, you're poor, and you're hungry. Those were complete sentences. No exceptions, no fine print. Get to work.
Nice. I like it. It's good. It's very, dare I say, it's populist, in a populist direction.
Well, it's something that'll resonate around here because everybody's like, oh, church, oh, God, you know, and it's just like they have normalized so much crap in the state and we're so gerrymandered right now. It's not even funny. Well, there's a lot of states that are so horribly gerrymandered, especially since Obama won twice and then Biden. And, you know, we've got like 40% Dems in the state, but you'll never know it.
I think you guys
You'll never know it.
I think you guys need like a Tallarico type candidate up there. A little,
well,
like a little
Rob Sand.
like a moderate whisperer. I'm not familiar with that candidate. I don't know who they are.
He's running for governor, and he's awesome.
Nice.
And I need you to. I want him on Live and Learn because I think he would be great on there, and I can probably finagle that at some point.
Let me look into him and see what he's about.
Harassing you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Naughty Pop.
Anyway,
good talking to you.
YouTube,
Bye-bye.
like the damn stream. All right.
Bye bye. Okay. Okay. All right. Ben Shapiro had some thoughts on their horrible election night.
The day after a blue wave, Trump weighs in.
Remember, I've said we will never have a socialist elected to any post in our country. We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead.
Not true, but Mike Johnson is doubling down, saying it's coming to a town near you next. Are Republicans just mad and missing the message? Plus, shut filibuster and for Abby Phillip, states Republicans and who is going. All right, we have a great panel here. I want to start with this idea because I was thinking about it as everyone has been talking about where the Democrats are going, looking across these races. So I guess the question, and I'll start with you, Bakari, why can't the Democratic Party be both Mamdani and who is an outward democratic socialist. He says it himself. And Spanberger, who is more moderate. Why can't that be the Democratic Party and stop saying, like, we're going to be this or this?
I mean, I think the Democratic Party is that, what you said, and it is a big tent, and that tent does have those somewhat, as you kind of dictated in your question, extremes. But I also want to push back on the framing of that, because that framing is more in line with what J.D. Vance was talking about. That framing is more in line.
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry, guys. Possible, thank you so much for 2 months. Watch Too Much to Not. Thank you for the sub. Bad Company with $5. Latino just became the majority and are much more religious, which falls into Tallarico's favor. IMO. Bad Company with $2. If Paxton wins, Tallarico beats him. Jumanji Hunter with $5. If Schumer caves on shutdown without getting full subsidies, would you give an actual vote of no confidence on him as party leader? Now, I don't know if it's reasonable to expect that the Democrats can extract the full reinstating of the enhanced subsidies. I don't know if that is a realistic goal. RFK ran away fucking immediately. Wait, what? Did he run away? Is that true?
Oh, are you okay? Gordon, you okay?
Get me the fuck out of there. Maybe he was like going to find some help. I feel like I want to be charitable there. Maybe he was like, we need a doctor in here. We need a fucking doctor in here right now. I don't know if it's possible that Democrats can get like the full subsidies back. That seems like a lot. Obviously I would love for that to be the case. And maybe they have more leverage to push for that after the shellacking that Republicans got a couple nights ago. But if they don't extract any concessions, I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know where this negotiation ends. I don't know where this shutdown ends. There are reportedly a number of Democratic senators that are open to striking a deal, but that's not exactly surprising. That's what this whole thing is about, is striking a deal. So, I'm just not qualified enough I don't know enough about congressional negotiations to know what is like what are realistic asks, like what are realistic win conditions for this shutdown. I don't really know. Maybe Vishy could shed some light on that. Where's the party whip to bring them in line? They'll throw away the big Dem advantage. Well, to be clear, Democrats should be looking to make a deal. That's what this is all about. I don't know what you think this is all about. The goal is to not keep the government shut down indefinitely. The goal is to leverage the shutdown to try to get favorable conditions. That is their leverage now. Wait, hang on. What do you... Wait, hold on. Do some of you guys want to keep the government shut down to deliberately create chaos to try to hurt Republicans? I think that is a horrible idea. You want to keep... What do you want to keep the government shut down for? Wait, okay, no. All right. So then we are talking about finding a deal, right? That's what we're talking about. Who said this? Well, Shoden said it's all about wrecking Trump. They should only relent once it is in danger of backfiring. That's what I was responding to there. I think that is a horrible strategy, especially as we go into the holiday season. If we go into the holiday season and airports are a mess, that's not ideal at all. Like, I would like the shutdown to be over by the time we get to Thanksgiving, and hopefully by then they will have extracted some concessions. I just don't know if we can expect a full return of the ACA subsidies, the expanded tax credits. I don't know if that is a reasonable win condition to expect or ask for. Negotiation update. What do we got here? Expect this to come up at Dem lunch as a way to push back on an idea that ours will just block ACA bill. I'm told the bipartisan Obamacare talks have been quite advanced in recent days, including exchanging paper on GOP reforms and other healthcare ideas that Dems aren't recoiling at. Well, that's encouraging. That sounds good. You'd love to see that. The Illinois state government had a 2-year-long shutdown once. It was bad. That does not sound ideal. Some concessions now are far less valuable than a 2026 blue wave. You want to keep the government shut down until next November? That is a horrible idea. You're just like a joker. You just want to watch the world burn, don't you? Unless we get promises rather than commitments, Dems aren't folding. Or I mean actual change. No, I understand that. I'm not saying that they should fold with nothing, but I'm saying, Vishy, is your sense of things in DC that Democrats are not going to fold until they get the full return of the ACA tax credits? And I know they're not going to take promises. I understand that. They're not going to just accept the word of the Republican Party. If they give them their word to like revisit the ACA stuff. We just need some type of help towards the American people. We aren't getting 100% of what we want. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The point is to find a middle ground. Until that ground is found, keep the shutdown going. Well, I agree with that, just to be clear. Hutch, listen here, man. Society. Wow, that was profound. IMO, any means necessary to ruin the GOP's image as much as possible. Well, they're already like, it's not good. I don't know if you guys saw the more recent polling. It is brutal for Republicans in the context of the shutdown fight. Brutal. Let me find it. Why can't I find it? Like, look at this. Brutal. The public right now, at least according to this poll, I don't know if this represents a shift or if it represents an outlier in the pollster. But this pollster has Republicans being blamed for the shutdown by 12 points and being blamed. And this is where I think is more important or meaningful. They're being blamed for healthcare premiums going up by 28 points. That is a ton of leverage. That's a ton of leverage. And then having a night like Tuesday, it's just, I don't know how Republicans are going to be able to justify listening to Trump and stonewalling Democrats, which it doesn't sound like they are. It sounds like they are negotiating, but yeah. We Gucci, keep it going? No, I don't. Listen. That's a lot of chaos, man. That would not be ideal to have the airports super fucked during the holiday season. That's not great. Not a great situation. All right, what did Ben Shapiro have to say about all this? Then we got a Bernie Sanders video. Then we also have a Trump interview with Brett Baer. We have a few things to get through.
And what Donald Trump was talking about. Somehow people perceive that this was an election that just happened in New York City. And God forbid to all my New Yorkers that life happens out.
Well, I mean, here's some hopium. I think we can just definitively say that the congressional ballot polls right now are just wrong. I think we can safely say that. So when we see the congressional ballot polls and it shows Democrats only up like 2, whatever methodology they changed to weight things differently to try to try to be more accurate in the Trump era, Trump and the MAGA movement have just been so disruptive to the entire polling industry. It took the pollsters 8 years to figure out, you know, the best way to poll, because 2024 ended up being a really good year for polling, minus Ann Seltzer. But generally, 2024 was a really good year for polling. They were pretty close to the mark. But however they weighted things, like, I don't know what's going on with the American public. I've heard some speculation that when Americans moved away from rotary phones and traditional landlines to cell phones, that's been a difficult thing to account for. And it's been disruptive in terms of like accurate polling. And Trump himself has just been so chaotic when it comes to polling. But I think we can say for sure that the general ballot polls with D+2 are just wrong. They're just wrong. Like, I don't know what else. Yeah, they're just not accurate right now. Because it keeps happening. Like, it keeps happening. I've been telling you guys, calling attention to the overperformance margins in special elections for the last year. And I got a decent amount of pushback from people in the chat who just felt like that was total copium, doesn't really matter. We can't really expect that overperformance in special elections is going to translate into actual results. And when I looked it up, it basically always is predictive in terms of like going into nights like Tuesday and the November midterm elections that are coming up next year. When you have a established trend of overperformance in special elections, it is basically always predictive of like the direction the country is going, and how that will, and it's predictive of like actual results in midterm elections. And the special election overperformance for Dems has just been, it's like an absurd number, like 13 or 14 points. It's like an insane overperformance margin. It is double what the margin was in 2017, you know, leading into the 2018 midterms. The overperformances that we're seeing throughout 2025 have been double what they were, basically. And then we had a blowout night. I mean, it wasn't like a massacre, but it was we had a really good night in 2018. You know, I think we lost a Senate seat, which was not great, but the House was a very comfortable margin. And then, you know, last night, again, it happened again. These insane overperforming margins. The Cheryl race was kind of a big deal because that race was projected to be somewhat close. That race was projected to be within a 3-point margin of error. Like some people were afraid that Cheryl was going to lose that race. She was about +3 in the aggregate, and then she won by 15. So that, you know, like these trends, I think, and these actual electoral contests, these results, I think very strongly indicate that the general ballot polling right now is just off the mark. It's just wrong. I think they're struggling with predicting different electorates for off years and midterms compared to presidentials. Well, whatever is going on right now, the polling is fucking terrible right now in favor of Democrats. Like the polling seems to be pretty fucking awful right now. Mississippi Congress got 2 new Democratic seats, reducing the Republican supermajority under 60%. I read about that, yeah.
Outside of there. But the fact is, we kicked Republicans' ass not just in New York, but we beat them in Mississippi, where we actually broke the supermajority. 2 public service commissioners won, not 1, but 2 statewide in Georgia. We beat the last Republican city council person in Orlando, Florida. We actually took back the mayoral race in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So not only did we just win in Virginia and New Jersey and New York, where people want to make this race about.
I wonder what Anna's going to say. She's just chomping at the bit to shit on establishment Dems.
We won up and down the ballot. Now, is this just a snapshot of time? Maybe. I don't want to get out over my skis, but let's not make.
It's just not. It's not a snapshot in time. This has been happening all year. And now people are going to talk about it more because it just happened in such a more visible way a couple nights ago, because there were so many more elections a couple nights ago, but it's been happening for a year. Like we've just been slaughtering them.
Make it seem like we just won in blue.
Donald Trump, you guys, and this is, you know, I think we overthought it. When Trump won again in 2024, I think a lot of us overthought it. The prospect of another Trump presidency was very frightening, justifiably so, just because so many horrible things happened during his first term. And it wasn't too difficult to imagine him being even more unhinged going into his second term. And so that made me frightened. It made me scared for my country. And so when I saw the results of Donald Trump winning and the black vote margins shifting somewhat, not so insignificantly, and especially with like Hispanic voters, that shift was like, what's going on? Young people swinging to the right. I was like, oh my God, are we heading into, you know, a 20-year religious conservative cultural arc in America? Which is scary. You know, I obviously don't want that. But what we're finding in the second Trump term is consistent with what happened in the first Trump term, where Donald Trump's biggest strength is when he is running for office. That's his biggest strength. When he's running for office, he's pretty formidable. He took on a political dynasty in Hillary Clinton and won. He took on Kamala Harris, who was a somewhat weaker position, but not a horrible candidate, right? And won the popular vote for the first time for a Republican since 2004. And then what happened? Then he got inaugurated, and then Democrats started like mercilessly destroying the opposition. There was a funny meme that I saw show up on my timeline, like about like the median voter in Virginia. Looks something like this. This voter is so formidable. The Mimosa Queens, the Resist Lib moms, voted for Jay Jones in Virginia. He beat Kamala Harris's margins in Virginia, and people thought he was going to lose that race. And he ended up winning by like, how much did he win by? How much did Jay Jones win by? He won by 6 points. Yeah, man. Oh. And he was like down 2 points in the polls. And so Donald Trump is a fucking, what do you say, an albatross? A source of frustration or guilt, an encumbrance. Donald Trump is just a giant albatross for the Republican Party. He's dragging them down again. The same thing. When I kind of joked during the first term that Donald Trump has been like the best thing for the Republican Party since Obama in 2008. Because he energizes voters. And then add on top of it, he doesn't have the benefit this time around. It kind of makes sense when you think about it. Like, it kind of makes sense that the overperformance margins are better this time around, because as much as he pisses people off and as much as he galvanizes the opposition and as much as he energizes voters against him, just by being him, just by being such a profoundly horrible human being and leader. At least the first term, we did have a really good economy. He can't take credit for that, but we had a really good economy. He inherited that from Obama. Just rode his coattails. But this time around, that's not the case. This time around, we have persistent, kind of sticky inflation for things that affect Americans every day. You know, grocery prices, annoying, sticky inflation. Ryan Getty, what's up, man? Let it be known that I have never doubted the wine moms. They are such a formidable voting bloc. The resist lib wine moms are the most formidable voting bloc, I think, in the 21st century. Look at this, Vishy. What? Dark woke won in North Idaho. New mayor of Coraline, Idaho, Dan Gukin, quote, Christian conservatives are mindless cult member morons. They are white racist supremacists. They can fuck themselves up and go to hell. Wait, now I got to see this. I am meme 0. I'm meme 0. New mayor. Nope, I can't find the profile for some reason. Am I blocked? No.
They don't give a f***. And they, I'm a Bible-believing Christian. I believe in Jesus and it guides my life. It's a Christian conservative, so Christian family values, Christian conservative, mindless cult member, group-thinking morons. Are you a pussy? You're a pussy. Christians, they tend to be the rudest, most disrespectful jerks I have ever seen. I seriously think if Jesus were here today, he would have a message for everyone who's a Christian, and he would just say,
I have that microphone, actually. I have that same exact headset microphone.
Hey, get the f*** those racists and white supremacists. Gay. I felt really gay last night. Come over for a gay time. Really gay. Christian nationalism. Now, but let's cut right to the chase. It's white nationalism. Real hardcore Christians to himself and to go to hell.
This guy got elected mayor in a city in Idaho? Huh. Okay, but anyways, guys, it really shouldn't surprise anyone because Donald Trump is horrible and he energizes the Democratic voter base in a way that Democratic leadership can't, you know? Democratic voters are very inspired to punish MAGA and Donald Trump. And the economy is not, you know, we're not in a recession, but it's not great. It's not great. And it's a direct result of his economic policies. Like, he did it. He is the reason why there's been upward pressure on prices because of his idiotic tariff policies that are regressive and don't bolster domestic manufacturing when you do it in this sort of blanket scattershot way. Then he signs one big beautiful bill into law and fucks with people's energy bills, like directly fucks with people's energy bills. Cuts Medicaid for 11 million people. Like, he's actively making economic conditions worse. And so it, you know, in retrospect, of course, it's not surprising that he got stomped out a couple nights ago.
Places. Right. We won all over the country.
Ben, to you, are Republicans missing something here? Because you are hearing some Republicans who are saying, this is not a big deal. This just happened, as you just heard, in blue states. This is, everybody just calm down.
Well, I mean, I think that this is the launch of the midterm election cycle, obviously. And
as Bakari says, Republicans did not do well last night. And it's also true, obviously, that Democrats were very likely to win Virginia or New Jersey or New York. But obviously, if Republicans don't take into account the fact that this is now a Republican-owned economy and that this is a Republican-run country. I mean, the Republicans do run both houses of Congress and the presidency. And so if there's a backlash, it's going to obviously happen to the Republicans. And that is always the most likely scenario. I mean, I think that the question is going to be margins. Right now, there aren't that many vulnerable seats, actually, in the House. The number of challengeable seats is extremely limited. So I don't think you're...
Well, that changed after Monday night. Maybe if you were in an R plus, 7 or 8 seat, you felt reasonably comfortable. No, like anybody that's in an R plus 13 seat or lower is vulnerable. And so the results of Tuesday night's elections massively expanded the amount of contestable, like actually contestable seats.
You're going to get a wave that's 40, 50 seats, because I'm not sure that's possible anymore, given redistricting and given the big sort that's been happening. But for Republicans not to take some alarm at the fact that obviously these exit polls, which are showing economy still as the number one concern and inflation still as the number one concern, if they don't take that seriously, obviously there are going to be some serious effects in the minute.
There are 2 points I want to make along the same lines that Ben was making. This probably will be the only time we agree.
I was like, y'all are agreeing on something?
Start off with a bang here. But yes, we have to think about the fact that, take Virginia, for example. Every single county in Virginia swung to the left. Every single county, not just one.
Does anyone have a map, like an interactive map that you can change the amount of toss-ups that are on the map, depending on if it's like a D+6 or a D+8 or D+8? You can customize the margin, the national general ballot. I know there's a map like that exists, but...
And we're talking about 2, 3, 4, sometimes 15, 16 points swung to the left. In Georgia.
Is it 270 to win? No, I don't know if this is it. I don't know if this is interactive and you can change color palette. Split vote. No, this isn't what I'm looking for. There's one of the pollsters came up with a map that gives you that option to see how the map changes depending on the climate, depending on if it's like a D+6 or D+8 or D+7.
What you saw around Atlanta, Fulton County, Gwinnett, Cobb, I mean, those folks came out to vote. And so you're starting to see those things. And last but not least, the issues that were at the forefront, and Democrats have to realize this, the issues that were at the forefront, like you said, were the economy, affordability, 1. Number 2, health care. A distant third was immigration. You know what was not in those top 5 or 6 issues? These culture wars, which Donald Trump pulls us down in, and we can never win them.
And usually I think the Democratic Party takes the bait, and this time around...
For everybody.
Q&A section has started.
Our farmers, as you know, with the soybeans at levels that nobody's ever seen before, we were able to make phenomenal deals. If we didn't have the tariffs, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So
this is live.
Very well yesterday. We hope that we did. I think it would be devastating for our country, but I also think that we'll have to develop a Game 2 plan. We'll see what happens. Most people tell me we did very well legally.
Mr. President, related to that, are you moving forward with any new tariff announcements before a decision from the Supreme Court?
This is the best one. And we can do other things, but they're slow by comparison. Like as an example, with the 100%, I was able to do it instantaneously when we were threatened by the rare earths, as you know, the magnets. And I did it instantaneously. It was a matter of seconds. And it was a matter of seconds, and I got a phone call, let's work this out. We would have had not nearly the defense that we had. It would be a shame. It would be somewhat catastrophic for our country, I have to be honest with you. I don't want to get too much involved, but what we've done, we're taking in hundreds of trillions of dollars. If you take a look at the numbers we have, we're at $17 trillion right now. We're going to be at $21 trillion, about $21 trillion by the time I finished my first year. Biden, as an example, the Biden administration was at less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to be at $21 trillion for 1 year. In the history of the world, there's never been a country that's done that. Not China, not the U.S., not anybody. And a lot of that is because of
He's claiming to have brought in $27 trillion.
That knows how to use them. And I use them for national defense. Of the 8 wars I ended, I would say 5 or 6 were ended because of tariffs. I'll give you an example. If you take a look at India and Pakistan, they started to fight. They're 2 nuclear nations. They were shooting each other. 8 planes were shot down. There was 7, now it was 8 because the one that was sort of shot down is now abandoned. And 8 planes were shot down. And I said, listen, if you guys are going to fight, I'm going to put tariffs on you. And they both went, they were not happy about that. And within 24 hours, I settled the war. If I didn't have tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to settle that war. So it's great national defense, and you have to be quick moving. You can't wait around for months and months while you're doing studies and you're doing all of this, or go back to Congress. Look at Congress. We can't even get a continuation from Congress. Think of that. How do you have to go back to Congress? You have to do this spur of the moment, because just so you understand, we're here at spur of the moment. Other countries have used tariffs, and absolutely they would have destroyed us. If I didn't come along, our country would be destroyed right now. The tariffs have made us rich in terms of national security. They've made us secure. And if you have economic strength, that's also, if you have a lack of economic strength, that's national security also. But we have great national security because of those tariffs. So I think it would be devastating if we lost that ruling.
Issues a ruling. It could be several weeks. Are you going to lay out any new additional tariffs before that?
I'm going to hope that we win. I can't imagine that anybody would do that kind of devastation to our country. We'd have to pay back trillions of dollars. We've taken in trillions. We haven't taken in billions. We've taken in trillions of dollars. We've made trade deals based on that give us, as an example, European Union, $950 billion. Japan, $650 billion. South Korea, $350 billion. Without this, we're not talking about that kind of money. And they're okay. They're satisfied. They love us. They just left. They all love us. So it's not like we're such bad people. But they were doing it to us until I came along. Now they don't do it to us. We do it to them a little bit. But if they took this away, we would be defenseless against tariffs from other countries.
On employer plans and individual plans who also don't have access to GLP-1s, what can you do to make those insurers and PBMs get these same prices so they can put access for those ones?
I'll ask Oz or Bobby that question. It's a good question.
Absolutely. Many Americans receive their insurance through the commercial markets. The companies have committed to ensure that at worst, prices are at MFN on GLP-1s and are committed to continue to negotiate those prices down based on volume, just as they do in any other instance. Another really interesting thing we're seeing, though, is that commercial plans and PBMs increasingly are enabling access for their beneficiaries, their patients, to make purchases in the cash market and then still receive coverage under their accumulators and their deductibles. And so we're building that capacity, and absolutely, Trump RX is being built to enable just that behavior and drive transparency in the process.
Mr. President, there are so many Americans that report tremendously positive results from these drugs. What real-world impact do you think this will be? Is there an estimate on how many Americans may now take these drugs? And also about the informed consent on side effects. There are lawsuits against these companies that some people experienced damage to their gut health, vision loss, and other potentially serious side effects there. So how will we ensure Americans are able to make the best choice of the risk versus the rewards?
Well, I'll let them speak about the side effects, but I've heard about very little side effects with respect to these drugs. I mean, it's all positive, and that's usually not the case. I mean, usually you hear bad things. You see these crazy commercials on television where they tell you 15 different things that can go wrong, and then you're supposed to buy it. Very few, but I'll let you handle that.
At a high level, 1 in 3 people who can hear my voice are eligible for these medications. That's the magnitude of impact impact. And we believe, just to reemphasize, we will actually save the American taxpayer money if people use these drugs appropriately for the duration for which they're indicated. There are always going to be side effects of anything strong enough to help you, strong enough to hurt you. The question is the trade-off worth it? We know the ravaging risks of obesity and all downstream issues ranging from diabetes and hypertension to renal failure, dementia, heart disease, my specialty. But I'll ask Dave Ricks from Lilly to maybe start off, because he can give an honest appraisal of potential risks people should be aware of. There's no free cheese.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I mean, today, as you may know, there's about 8 million people benefiting from the two companies' medications. This new announcement will make that tens of millions that could benefit from it. So it's a huge improvement. But as the previous question, we need commercial plans and other insurers to step into this arrangement. I think probably both companies will work hard to make sure that happens. Yeah, as Dr. Oz said, no drug that can help you has no side effects. Most of them are well known. We've been using this class of medications for nearly 20 years. And that's why it's important that patients go to their doctor and decide together whether this is right for them, and their doctor knows their medical history and has the information about these medications. But we're confident in the safety, but there's always some precautions we should have, and people's own medical histories matter in that decision.
And are there any estimates for... Yes.
Hassan said what now? This is an edited clip, LMAO. It is not what happened at all. Did he eventually get let into the party and people just didn't see that? It was live streamed, so I don't know how you know.
They are getting it today. Today, a lot of those patients are trying to go out there and take the knockoff versions of these medications, mainly because they were cheaper than our medication. With the reduction of the price, hopefully many of these patients don't need.
Yeah. I just don't care anymore. Don't fucking care anymore.
They didn't. So I think
these culture wars, which Donald Trump pulls us down in, and we can never win them.
And usually I think the Democratic Party takes the bait, and this time around they didn't. So I think the Virginia governor's race is a good example of that. You know, you have Winsome Earl Sears kind of focusing part of her campaigning on the transgender issues. Spanberger didn't focus on that, and she did focus on affordability, and I think it helped her win that gubernatorial race. But I will say this, you know, I'm glad that Ben is pointing out to the fact that, yes, economy is top of mind for most Americans. And what I heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson and from Vice President J.D. Vance is a lot of what I heard from Democrats in the lead up to the 2024 presidential election, when immigration was definitely something that Americans were concerned about, and crime, and they pretended like, nope, doesn't exist, it's all made up, it's just right-wing fear-mongering. No, you need to listen to your constituents, because your constituents are the ones who are concerned about it.
Well, in fairness, I don't think the vice president or the speaker of the House were saying these issues don't matter or they don't exist. That certainly isn't what they were saying. They're explaining that it's an off-year election and that Republicans didn't necessarily feel the same impetus to go vote as we likely are going to see in the next presidential election, and certainly in the midterms coming up next year. So I think that's a bit of a mischaracterization.
Well, Trump is underwater when it comes to pretty much everything, including immigration, by the way. But Larry Kudlow today was shocked at how underwater he is when it comes to the economy. 61% of Americans disapprove of Trump's handling of the economy. Don't underestimate.
They're fucking brutal numbers, by the way.
How much of an impact that's going to have on the midterm elections.
And even the voters that, you know, the fraction of black male voters that people were looking at in the 2024 election, you know, all those voters came back home. And the biggest flop you saw last night, or flip-flop, however the word is said, was Hispanic voters. Yeah. So all the gains, it looks like every gain that Republicans made in 2024 through immigration policy reform that people don't like what they're seeing on TV.
Young people, black voters, Hispanic voters, all those gains were just totally wiped out on Tuesday.
Whatever it may be, they lost all of that last night. Now again, Democrats, one of the things we like to do is run victory laps that last like 365 days. I mean, you have to figure this out, because this isn't the only headline today. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but we're literally in 36 days of a shutdown, and people are extremely, they're hurting right now. And that hurt was what we saw in the election last night.
I mean, I think the biggest thing in all of this, and I think you saw it, Trump winning over Biden, I think that you're seeing it now, is that people don't like the status quo. And after they change the status quo, they don't like the new status quo. Because the reality is that all these problems that are now deeply embedded in very real ways in our economy, for example, things like the national debt, things like the fact that we've had, you know, enormous pressing by the Federal Reserve for a while here, and in both directions. First, it was too slow to react in one direction, then it was too slow to react in the other direction. You know, all of this is leading to just a systemic unease that everyone has with everything. And whoever gets elected next, I mean, good luck to Zohran Mamdani, because he's not going to be able to solve all the issues that he is talking about, certainly not with the policies that he is currently proposing.
I am so fascinated with how Mamdani is going to govern. I'm so fascinated, and I feel like we're going to have a pretty decent sense of what direction he goes on day one. I think whatever he does, I think he's going to literally hit the ground running. And we're going to see if he was just doing a slick guy thing to win the election, and then he just becomes like a raging, just fucking full on hammer and sickle socialist, or is he going to demonstrate the same kind of pragmatism that he demonstrated after he won the primary? He, I think, showed himself to exercise good judgment after he won that primary. He made a lot of really smart decisions, and it pissed off a lot of people that were his base of support. Chilled, what's up, buddy? When we get to our Nuremberg trials, I want the media to be on trial too. I don't think that's going to happen, man. I don't know. My gut says he's going to be competent in that role. My gut says he demonstrated the value of like actual real political coalitions. And I think that tells you a lot about how he works. The only thing is, like, you can find videos from like 3 years ago of him saying stuff like the ultimate goal of his political project is to, you know, seize the means of production. It was like 3 years ago or 2 years ago. That's pretty extreme, right? And so there's just a big question mark right now. You know, how's he going to govern? Is he going to be able to maintain his base of support by swinging for the fences? The other question is, like, if he does swing for the fences and, you know, uses like the vanguard strat of doing politics, where, you know, any politician who is a vote to block a part of his agenda, he's going to go into their area, you know, and use the bully pulpit or whatever. Is he going to do that, or is he going to be more like Obama, where, you know, he's not going to waste a lot of time on things that he can't get done? Obviously, I think the latter strategy is just much better overall. Did I turn Tangi off? I fucked up. Sorry. But we just don't know. We just don't know. Like, what we do know is that he's slick as fuck. We do know that. So he could be hiding his power level a couple different ways, really, to be honest. He could be hiding his power level as like a pragmatic king, or he could be hiding his power level as like just a raging fucking communist. When is he going to be inaugurated? In early January, I assume? Is that when they do it? Mamdani is target number 1 for the Broligarchs. Hopefully he survives. He's just got a lot. He's got a lot that he's bucking up against. And he's got a lot of expectations that are being placed on him. There's so much pressure on this guy. And in a high pressure situation like this, I feel like there's usually not like a strong middle ground. If there's a high pressure, this is such a high pressure situation for him. It's either he's going to be a spectacular success or a spectacular failure. It's like hard to imagine the middle ground, because he doesn't strike me as somebody who is interested in the middle ground. So we'll see. That's coming up here in little under 2 months. And I do think we're going to have a really strong sense of what direction he goes, literally on day one. So we'll see. going to be quite limited, and he's also going to be able to do a lot of the stuff that he wants to do. So,
and then he's going to be the one on the chopping block.
I do want to ask you, Anna, because young people voted in very large numbers, particularly in the mayoral race here in New York, and they were part of the change that happened here with Zohran Mamdani sort of sweeping into office with over 50% of the vote. But I want to talk about what we've been hearing from the president and some others in the Republican Party who keep calling him a
feels like you want Zohran to fail because you want to be right that progressivism doesn't work. I don't think that's fair. I don't think you're being fair to me. I want him to be successful in that I want him to govern efficiently and effectively. I want him to not waste time on policies that can't get done. That's what I'm going to be looking for. Because he promised a lot. He ran on a lot of promises. And a lot of those promises are going to be really tough. Paid childcare is a really tough ask. That's a difficult thing to get done. Still punching left, I see. Winning strategy. I am describing the tactics that I think Mamdani should use in order to successfully deliver on parts of his agenda. An agenda that I largely support. So I do want him to be successful. I don't want him to listen to the lunatics in his base of support. He should ignore them. Just basically ignore them. Acknowledging structural challenges is punching left now. True. He should still push for them. Biden went for Build Back Better, but we had to settle for the IRA, which was still transformational, even if people don't feel that way. I mean, I don't have a problem with him, pushing for things on his agenda, but if it becomes apparent early on in a negotiation process with, whatever government body he is negotiating with at the time, and if it becomes apparent during those negotiations that this or that provision or this or that policy is just not possible, I don't think he should waste time running the Vanguard podcast strat of just trying to bully people into doing it and thinking. I mean, he just, quite frankly, he just doesn't have that kind of a mandate to begin with, Getting slightly over 50% of the vote, and then coming into office day one and then trying to do like a pressure campaign, highly publicized pressure campaign. That's pretty risky to me. That seems pretty risky. Who knows? Like, maybe he can do that and be successful. Like, I'm open to that being possible. I'm not even saying that. Maybe that's possible. If Zohran was a centrist, he would have zero pressure, right? I don't know. It depends on the issue. I don't know what you mean.
Not a socialist, democratic socialist, which he has said he is, but a communist. And there are big differences between the two. That scare tactic did not work when it comes to Mamdani. And socialism, some people will look at it and say, look, we have some socialist programs here in the United States, things like Medicaid and Medicare, things like, the SNAP.
Well, yeah. I would call those social democratic policies.
Program, things like public school, where we all pay taxes, but even if you don't have kids, kids get to go to school for free. What sort of is the idea that Republicans have that this is a communist and that they can keep pushing this idea when people
certainly
are rejecting it?
Look, there is a fundamental difference between outright socialism, where the government seizes the means of production and tries to artificially control the market, and which we've seen many, many times play out throughout human history, and social welfare programs. Having social welfare programs available in a country does not inherently make your society a socialist society. Right. Just last night, we talked about the thriving.
That's true. she's spitting the truth here.
Economies over the last several years of Scandinavian countries like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, that on the economic index freedom scale are actually more capitalist than the United States of America, have far more free market opportunities for people who live there than even we do here in the United States. Where I think there is a valid criticism, and what's going to be interesting to see if this can even play out here in New York City, are these very radical ideas with extreme expansion in government, stuff like state-run grocery stores or taking over housing here in the New York City specifically with the decommodification, as we saw specifically campaigned for by Zohran Mamdani on the campaign trail, where the government will plan to go in and purchase private housing in the quest to make housing more affordable here in the United States. I think that's an interesting policy idea. It certainly is prescribing the wrong solution, but for an accurate complaint, right? People are struggling to afford life here in Manhattan and around our country. We all reasonably should be coming to the table with solutions for this, but is more government involvement the solution? Time and time again throughout human history, the answer has been no, and I think we have the scorecard to prove that.
This isn't about decommodification.
It's about rent freezes.
No, it's not even about that.
Well, there was an ad put out by Mamdani advocating for that, so I think let's be honest.
Let's be extremely honest about what this is.
Which ad is she referring to?
Had Barack Obama.
Which ad is she referring to?
Obama, who is now a little long in the tooth, and he's on the sideline. They had Kamala Harris, who is now recuperating from a race. They had Joe Biden, right? They do extremely well with picking a boogeyman out, and that is what they're doing. I mean, we cannot fall for that. I mean, they're simply otherizing Mamdani. They're saying whatever they want to say.
And it's not working, though. That's the thing. Like, the more they attack him, the more...
it's a refreshing...
What way is otherizing just responding to his own campaign
calling him a jihadist
promises?
when he's not a jihadist? That's a good example.
But I mean, for every Zohran Mamdani, there is a Mary Sheffield. Right? There is somebody else who you can see. She's the first black mayor of Detroit, Michigan, where young people came out in large swaths and voted for.
So then the question becomes why they're focusing on Mamdani. And I think the answer is because of Mamdani's own words. If you watched his victory speech last night, he used one line in particular that sort of leapt out and left off the screen when he said,
what was it? Let me see if I can guess. The dig at Cuomo? I'm not sure.
Said that there is literally no problem. This was his line. There is no problem too big for government to solve and no matter too small for government to care about. I mean, that's what totalitarians would say, is that there are literally, and then the two people he quoted verbatim, aside from Mario Cuomo, which was I thought a delightful little slap at Andrew. I thought it was a little mad.
See, this is just like what I worry about. This is what I worry about with him. It'd be one thing if he won the mayor's race with 80%. Just a blowout, overwhelming mandate. That translates to political capital that you can use to do really big and bold stuff. You're probably still not going to get everything you want to do, even with a mandate that big, but you have more space to maneuver and pressure, worse, entice, and just do politics in a way that results in actual policy. When you're walking in there with, you got 50.5% of the vote, that's going to be tough. And so if you go into office, massively overpromising, like how can he make DSA happy? How can he make like his online base of support on the left? How can he make them happy if he's ultimately quite limited in what he can deliver on? And we've just seen it 1,000 times that particular base will, throw people to the wolves if they can't deliver on agenda that's pretty impossible to deliver on. So I don't know. I just feel like his most ardent supporters have a tendency of expecting way too much and not appreciating limitations on power. So yeah, man, I really am fascinated by this guy. I really am fascinated to see where he goes.
Nasty. But he quotes Eugene V. Debs, who is a socialist, and then he quotes Nehru, another socialist, and then he says, "I am a socialist" from the stage. So saying that President Trump is somehow going overboard when he has campaigned.
No matter what, we should shoot for the moon and keep fighting for what we don't get right away. Fuck the haters. I just don't know what this actually looks like in practice. I mean, that sounds like not to be dismissive, but that sounds like a affirmation that you would put on your refrigerator with a magnet. But what does that actually mean when the rubber hits the road and you're sworn in? You should always shoot for the moon. I mean, really? I don't know. Like, should you start negotiations with Mamdani starts negotiations with like city council or whatever, and his opening pitch, his opening ask in the negotiations is like, okay, I want to do a single payer Medicare, like a Medicare for all type system in New York City. I'm not really sure what like, I think you should shoot for the moon when you're running for office. You know, you should run on a platform that assumes that the people are going to deliver a legislative body that can actually act on your agenda. And then once you get past the primaries, and then once you get past the general and the dust settles, it's like, okay, this is the city council that I'm working with, or this is the state legislature that I'm working with. This is the governor that I'm working with. Like, what can we do here? The type of leader that I value more than people that can give inspirational speeches are the people that can navigate those waters and get the most amount of stuff done. That is what I value. You asked which ad she was referring to. She was referring to ads about Mamdani wanting to freeze the rent. I posted one in the Stream Link Discord channel. And what were we talking about? The decommodification? Stream links. There we go. Wait, where is it? Did you put it in the clips channel, or did you put it in the Wait, I don't see it in there. I don't see it in that oh, there you are. You're typing. What we know about is rent freeze.
My name's Zoran Mamdani, and I'm running for mayor of New York City. Let's go! Hey! Lovely to see you guys! Freeze the rent! Eric Adams has raised the rent 9%. That's the most since a Republican was in City Hall. You know, the last Republican. As mayor, I'll freeze the rent every year that I'm in office. That's a guarantee.
It's just, you know. That's not great. That's not great policy. But can he do that unilaterally? Can he freeze the rent unilaterally? I think he can do that. Can the NYC mayor unilaterally freeze rent? Freeze rent hikes. I think he can do that. No, he can't. Never mind. The New York City Rent Guidelines Board, not the mayor of New York City directly, has the statutory authority to set annual rent adjustments for rent stabilized apartments in New York City. The mayor appoints all 9 members of the... Okay, well, there you go. Okay. So he can't literally unilaterally do it, but he can stack that advisory board or whatever that is to deliver on that agenda. Well, the thing is though, like, rent stabilization has been a thing in New York City for a really long time, and I think his policy only impacts currently rent stabilized units. So there are limits, and also when I looked into it, like rent stabilization policies versus rent control policies, there are differences. They're, you know, similar, but there are differences. What I found is that you can do rent stabilization policies in a way that's more targeted, and it doesn't create upwards pressure on housing costs. And so, like, one of the things that I read that you could do is, like, you can do rent stabilization in a particular area or a particular block or something like that, or in a city or whatever. But in order to incentivize further real estate development, you could have it be in your policy that the rent stabilization doesn't apply to new units that are being built. still, like, just generally speaking, rent control policies are the vast consensus on these kinds of policies is that they're well-intentioned, but just create the opposite effect of what they're going for. People are getting way too hung up on the rhetoric without looking at the mechanics of the policies. I say this as a center-left liberal. It only affects a small percentage of units. What percentage of units would be impacted by Mamdani's rent freeze? I don't know if it's a small percentage, is it? St. Paul passed rent control max 3% per year. New building dropped 80%. Minneapolis loosened zoning laws. Home prices were estimated to be 16 to 34% lower, and rents 17.5 to 34% lower without reform. That was something that I looked up a couple weeks ago. Yeah, because Omar Fateh, is that how you say his name? The guy who lost in Minneapolis a couple nights ago. He ran on doing like rent control, rent freeze policies. In Minneapolis, their average rent is like 20% lower than the national average because they developed a ton of units in Minneapolis. They did a ton of construction. And that helped to keep their rent and like the cost of housing way down compared to the national average. And the guy was running on rent control, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, why would you try to fuck up a good thing there? St. Paul passed rent control of max. Okay, so I think rent control, when you do it like max 3% increase per year, I think that's rent stabilization and not rent control. Could be wrong. I think we call that rent stabilization. NYC can't exactly just build more though. I mean it can, right? Like according to multiple reports, the proposed rent freeze by Zoran Mamdani would apply to the city's rent stabilized apartments, which are described as just over 1 million units in New York City. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot, bro. That's anywhere between 1/3 and 1/2 of the units would be impacted by a rent freeze. Ooh, I just don't love that policy. Don't love that policy. Renters need guarantees that their rent isn't going to randomly go up, though. How are you supposed to budget? It's just the trade-offs. It's just what are the trade-offs? What are the benefits for rent control policies, and what are the trade-offs? And the benefits obviously overwhelmingly, benefit people that live in those rent-controlled units. That's valuable peace of mind, and that's a good situation for renters, obviously, in those units. But what are the other consequences of the policies? And those consequences are pretty bad. It's just, I feel like it's, I don't know, maybe this is not the case, but is it rare to have such uniform consensus among left-wing and right-wing economists on a policy like this? Maybe there actually are a lot of policies that they agree, but this is something that left-wing economists agree on. This is something that right-wing economists agree on, that these policies just create consequences that outweigh the benefits to renters. Folks being pushed into homelessness isn't an acceptable outcome either. Well, again, if you just look at like Minneapolis. Hutch, do you have a better plan to tackle rent issues? Well, let me tell you about a little book that I listened to called Abundance. They got some interesting ideas in that book. Did you ever finish Avowed? I finished Avowed earlier this year. And then I started playing it again, and then I started playing Outer Worlds too. I've been spending less time playing games these days. Again, if you just go to Minneapolis, what is Minneapolis? Minneapolis rent compared with national average? I think Zillow lets you calculate these things. Zillow. Here we go. The average cost of rent in Minneapolis is $1,750, but there are a lot of affordable units. Why are you screaming? What? What are you doing? What's wrong? I think she misses her mom. She's at work. She's at work. She's at work. She'll be back. Fine. I think she took a nap and then woke up and was like, "Where's mom?" Nardbarge with 56 months. Thank you so much, buddy. There's a lot of affordable units here, you guys. Look at that. There's a lot of, like, you know, 900, 1200. That's a very affordable, big, major metropolitan area. That's a very big. Those areas are rough. That would be the equivalent. Look up prices in Adena. But then you look at these. So, like, if we compare it to, like, why don't we do, like, New York City? New York City. New York. New York, New York. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus titty fucking Christ. It's twice. The rent costs twice as much. Literally twice as much. Jesus fucking titty fucking Christ. Chill. What about Los Angeles? Not great. Not a great situation. What's the population of Minneapolis? Minneapolis population. 428,000. What about the surrounding areas? Minneapolis, major metropolitan area population. 3.76 million people. That's a lot. Population of the Minneapolis, St. Paul, Bloomington metropolitan area is around 3.76 million people. I mean, that's a fairly populous region of the United States. And yet their rent is just, like, way better than, like, what about Dallas? How's Dallas doing? Slightly better, but, you know, slightly better than Dallas. What about, like, Miami? What's a comparable, like, in terms of population region? Like, give me a major metropolitan area in the United States that's like a roughly 4 million people. LA or Chicago? LA is closer to 10 million people, right? In terms of, like, the major metropolitan area. Chicago. Okay, Chicago. Okay. Yeah. I mean, but it's still doing better than Chicago, right? Seattle. Yeah, doing better than Seattle as well. Anyways, Minneapolis did a shitload of development. They just built a lot of units. Like, Minneapolis seems to be, in terms of major metropolitan areas, one of, if not the best place to live. Maybe not as much as Houston. I think Houston is, like, very good. It's better than Houston. Like, why would you like risk fucking this up with rent control policies? What are you trying to fix if it's cheaper than like most metropolitan areas? That seems kind of like a dubious proposition. As far as affordability, that isn't the full equation, though. Well, it's probably the most significant factor to consider when we're talking about affordability, and when you're determining whether or not you can afford to live in a city. The cost of housing is going to be the number one thing that you think of, right? What's going on? Minneapolis doing rent control? Minneapolis does not do rent control, as far as I understand. Maybe it's done in a limited sense, but no. What's going on is they built a shitload of housing. Does Minneapolis have rent control policies? No. There is no active ordinance in Minneapolis that places specific caps on rent increases for typical private residential units. Even though voters authorized it in 2021, the city council had not yet passed a formal rent stabilization law as of early 2025. The first thing I look at is how much to cost everything is. If I get higher payout west, but everything costs more evening out, why do it? If I get paid more and stuff costs less, then that's a winner. Well, yeah, but like anytime anybody is evaluating whether or not to do a geographic and move to a new city, probably the first cost they're going to look up is rent. I would assume for most people, it's going to be rent. True, again, there is more to the equation. I understand that, Berto. I understand that rent is not the only cost that people consider, but it's probably the most important cost that people look at.
Campaigned is this when the Democratic Socialist of America, which is based from which he springs and to whom he answers in many ways, is openly socialist. He's not talking about normal. He said on this network he hates capitalism. He said that on this network.
But the president's been calling him a communist, not a socialist.
Well, why don't you explain what you think that the difference is?
Oh no! Oh no! He went into debate mode. What are the odds that the host could describe the difference between socialism and communism? Probably not great. I feel like probably like 5% of the country could explain the difference.
What is the difference?
99.99% of America did not watch his speech. 99% of America literally don't care who Eric Adams is or Cuomo is.
Have you ever been to Minnesota? Yes. Went to the Mall of America one time.
Or who the mayor of New York is. But what is happening, though, is Democrats do something that we don't normally do, which is harness the energy of young people. And Zoran Mondani had the issue that carried the day yesterday. Everything else, set aside everything else about how you feel. He talked about affordability in a way that communicated to voters and resonated. But Zoran Mondani...
Nardbarge with 56 months, redubbing strictly to reward you for listening to us and saying listened instead of read.
Go back to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota.
You're just adding syllables that are not necessary. Yeah, I read that book. Oh, I listened to that audiobook. You're like tripling the amount of syllables that you need to express the same fucking idea. I think it's totally ridiculous, but you guys suggest that it's stolen valor to listen to an audiobook and then say you read a book. Okay, fine. I'll play by your rules, but now I'm doing 3 times the syllables.
He is a part of the future of the Democratic Party. He's not the face of the Democratic Party, or he is not the Democratic Party.
Well, something to also keep in mind.
I actually think it's fair to, to call Mamdani a socialist. Like, that's fair. How is that not fair to call him a socialist? Like, it is what it is. I'm not saying it's bad or good. I don't like socialism, but that's not the point. It's fair to call him a socialist because, he's just come out and said that the stuff that he talks about goes beyond like democratic socialism, in my opinion.
is, yeah, calling him a socialist didn't hurt him in this election, because if you look at Democratic voters, many of whom live here in New York City, they are super skeptical of capitalism. Sure. Because of the crony capitalism they've been dealing with. They don't see a future for themselves in this country in terms of being able to afford a house, be able to get married and have children. So young Democrats who are very much galvanized by Mamdani's message.
Thune said government shutdown might end tomorrow. Where are you seeing that? Thune. Well, you know, this is just 3 hours ago from Jeffries.
A patriotic thing, we have to decisively address the Republican healthcare crisis. And John Thune is divorced from reality. I mean, it's a clown show over in the Senate. 14, 15 times you bring the same partisan Republican spending bill to the Senate floor, expecting a different result.
Where are you seeing that the shutdown might soon tomorrow? Thune just told Senate Republicans that his plan is to tee up a vote to end the shutdown tomorrow. Per two people in the room, GOP leaders expect to bring up the House passed CR and amend it to include the three bill minibus of full year funding bills, and likely a revised CR that would go into January. What does this mean? I don't think that means that they expect it to pass, does it?
We're not put off by his message of socialism. They liked it. And that's something important to keep in mind.
But Republicans are not campaigning in New York against socialism. They are campaigning nationally against socialism. And what
I think it's important to contextualize whenever we look at numbers, because it's super zoomed in. Whenever we look at numbers, people look at like Gen Z and millennials, and they ask them questions about socialism. You know, how do you feel about socialism? How do you feel about capitalism? And you see these pretty shocking numbers where it's like 50% of Gen Z, you know, thinks socialism is better than capitalism. If you take those polls at face value, then that's like a pretty significant shift. But if you interpret the polls to mean what I think they mean, which is these people, what they're really expressing is that they feel like it's too difficult to get by. And they're looking for some kind of assistance from the government. Like, how many of those people polled like are talking about actual literal socialism, like the academic definition of the word, not just like free healthcare or free childcare. I'm saying like a Marxist economic framework. I think the number of people that literally want that is going to be quite fucking low. In fact, I would say probably like 20% of the country could accurately define socialism. We even looked this up the other day, and the number was very low. It might have even been like less than 20%.
They're saying is that the Democrats, don't fall for the bait, is I guess what I'm saying to you guys. I shouldn't give you, I hope you fall for the bait, but don't fall for the bait of making Mamdani the face of your party, because the reality is that Abigail Spanberger won by a larger margin in Virginia than Zoran Mamdani won in New York last night. And by the way, he was running against another Democrat. Okay, that's how much he was disliked, right? I mean, he's running Andrew Cuomo, who's a deeply unpopular person in New York.
He sure is.
Won 800,000 votes in that race last night because there were so many Democrats who didn't like Zoran Mamdani. Right. So this idea that Zoran Mamdani is like overwhelmingly popular across the if you include a country that includes half of
from a 2018 Gallup poll that we looked at on the stream before, and this isn't even a particularly good definition of socialism in my opinion, but This was their correct definition. And it was 17% of Americans define socialism as government ownership or control of business or major industries. Which, again, I think that's a very imperfect definition, but it's the closest thing to a definition that you'll get on the list of things that they asked in that poll. But also similarly on that poll, there were like 6 or 7% of Americans that thought socialism meant like socializing, literally like socializing, just going out there and fucking talking to people. So this is a word that is so unbelievably bastardized by people of every political stripe. And so it kind of makes sense that the overwhelming majority of people really have no idea what that word means. And I don't know if Ben Shapiro knows this or if he's playing into the fear mongering. I think he's, Ben seems like a smart guy, so I assume he's doing a bit of fear mongering here. But I think he knows that when you see like 60% of Gen Z say they have a favorable view of socialism, I think he knows what that really means is like the overwhelming majority of young people believe in like free healthcare, like fully subsidized healthcare, paid sick leave, paid family leave, like bigger, stronger, like a bigger, stronger welfare state. And the overwhelming majority of these kids don't literally want to get rid of capitalism. They want to fill in the gaps that capitalism leaves in its wake. It's literally just more public safety nets is what people want. If you want to call that socialism, fine. I don't care. But that's what people are talking about. Hot take: social healthcare is socialist. It's replacing the market with the social state. I think in England it's closer to socialism. Oh boy, we looked this up like 3 weeks ago and I already forgot. Like NHS, the way that they do NHS is different from Canada. Like NHS is a state-run system. The hospitals, I think, are privately owned, but the healthcare system itself, like the administrative body that handles the bureaucracy and the finance and all that, like that is all a state-run enterprise. So that's like technically closer to socialism, like closer to socialism, but also kind of not at the same time, because it's not like they seize the hospitals and own all the hospitals. Would you consider UBI as socialism? No. Socialism is seizing the means of production in a simple sense. It is taking over like the means of production. Absorbing it, seizing it, taking ownership over it. That's what that means. Yeah, this picture of Trump standing there is like such a perfect sort of metaphor for where we are in the country right now. This feels very accurate.
Republicans, not a city like New York, where perhaps 7 people are Republicans and like.
But when people say like, communism is very different from socialism, it's like, well, I guess, but they're pretty, I would say pretty linked.
3 of them voted for Curtis Sliwa in the end. Like, I'm sorry, it's not a representative sample. Yeah. It's like saying that AOC is representative of the broad spectrum of American politics, and she isn't.
Fair enough. All right, coming up next.
Bernard Sanders had some thoughts, but I want to get through the, there was a Trump interview with Brett Baer that I wanted to tune into that and see what he's saying.
Business Forum. Mr. President, thanks for the time.
Thank you very
I want to talk to you
much.
about
Yeah.
New York City real quick. Do you read last night's election results?
Well, I watched very closely. These are three pretty Democrat states, assuming everything is fair. And
I feel like growing up, all socialism meant was social programs for the disadvantaged. That's social democracy, not socialism. Social democracy was something that emerged in the World War II era, and these programs were implemented in places like England. Like the NHS system was established in part because these countries, these Western liberal countries, understood that when fascism collapsed, that communist, like the Soviet Union, would be their main competitor in the post-war era, and also, I mean, like, they started implementing these programs even before the end of the war, right? Like, they started like in a decade or two before, I think. And same with FDR. Like, they were trying to they understood that the appeal of communism would be much higher if people felt like they couldn't get by. If people felt like they were too exploited. Like, what happened in Russia ended up being a cautionary tale for the rest of the world, because Russia was ruled by the Romanovs for like 300 years, and the conditions just got worse and worse as the country industrialized. The workers became more and more exploited in truly kind of horrific ways. So their conditions just kept getting worse and worse, and the entire fucking country exploded in revolution. Like, all over the country just exploded in revolution. Just this rejection of the monarchy. And countries like England and the United States under FDR came to understand that if they didn't implement programs to provide services for people, that they themselves might be subject to a fucking full-on revolution. So that's where, you know, that's why social democracy, social democratic programs spread so much. Welfare programs, NHS. The real definition of socialism, all that stuff that I like, all that stuff that I don't like but I can't define. Well, I mean, according to the numbers, like, most people can't define it. Tap Nodus with $5. The real definition of socialism, all that stuff I don't like but I can't define. I'm sure that's the case for many people. What makes American socialism in 2025 so I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. The conditions in America in 2025 are nowhere near the conditions that Russian peasants had to endure at, like, the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the end of the 19th. Why can't I do math right now? Yeah, the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. The conditions there were so abysmal, so horrible. The workers there were so exploited that it created the conditions for violent revolution. And the conditions in America, it's not that there's no poverty. It's not that people don't struggle to get by in America. And it's not that we shouldn't address things like poverty and massively expand our social safety net. Like, we should do those things. I don't know when we're going to be able to do them. That seems like it's kind of off the table right now. But the conditions aren't nearly as bad as what the Russian peasants of that time had to face. The conditions that they had to exist in was brutal. Just fucking brutal. And so, like, when Hassan talks about, like, raising class consciousness, you know, awakening people's class consciousness so that they will eventually revolt and rise up and do some kind of a revolution, whether it's a political revolution or a violent revolution. You know, good luck with that. Like, it's just like it's you're not going to find the level of like anger and exploitation that rivaled countries in the past that themselves like fell to socialist revolutions. Hassan thought it was unfortunate that the Soviet Union lost the Cold War. I saw that, yeah. Marx's great mistake was predicting socialism would emerge in the wake of Western industrialization, when it instead emerged among the Asian peasantry. He also didn't fully... He was just wrong about his prediction when it came to social democracy, because he did predict that liberal governments would implement social democratic policies to serve as a kind of release valve. But he thought that they would be woefully insufficient, woefully lacking, and eventually people would do revolution in spite of social democratic policies. And he underestimated how happy people would be with social democracy. He was just wrong about that. He was just straight up wrong about that. Marx didn't predict the rise of the middle class in the West, though the middle class may finally be on the way out. Well, I don't know about that. We'll see. I'm American born, but if I lived in India, I'd vote CP, Marxist. In America, I'm centrist lib. This is why Lenin is very important to socialist understanding. Marx was a theorist, Lenin was a realist. Lenin, I think he did demonstrate some pragmatism, as far as I understand. I'm not a Lenin scholar, but what's interesting about Lenin is that he grew up in a middle-class family in Russia, and his older brother had joined a group that was, their goal was to topple the Romanovs and to, like, you know, do a kind of revolution. And his older brother, along with a few of his friends that were in the group, they got arrested. They got caught, like, trying to do like subversive, you know, violence. I think they were plotting to assassinate the Romanov leader at the time, the Tsar. And his brother took the fall and took all the responsibility for what was happening. So his friends were released or whatever, and then his brother was executed publicly. And then Lenin and his family, who were a family of academics, I think his parents were teachers, they were ostracized by the fellow, like, middle class families. Like, they were just completely ostracized. And this is kind of the, like, I am becoming Joker moment for Lenin. Like, this was something that really hardened his heart. It radicalized the shit out of him. To, like, going through the trauma of, like, losing your brother to, you know, a state execution, and then watching the middle class families that your family were in community with ostracize your family. And so then he, you know, he had it out for everybody. He wanted to just violently deal with the middle class and the bourgeois, the like aristocratic class or whatever. You should consider Lenin audiobooks. He's a great writer and a brilliant mind, far superior to Marx. He spends a lot of time railing against the far left elements. Well, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I would be open to, like, listening to Lenin audiobooks, but he was pretty fucking brutal. Pretty fucking brutal guy. The Red Terror was distinctly not tight. Stalin was much worse, but Lenin was pretty brutal. We need the fear of communism in order to get real social democratic reforms is the lesson that I'm taking from your analysis. Maybe. It was also fascist. Like it was the countries like England and the US, they enacted social democratic policies in the face of fascism too. It wasn't just communism, but like that was a big motivating factor. He also saw Stalin as the monster he was. That's right. He spent the last, 6 years of his life, like really diminishing in health. Like he was really diminished towards the end of his life, Lenin. And he warned the Soviet leadership that was in his inner circle, because there were tons of people that were like jockeying and playing the Game of Thrones to position themselves to be the successor to Lenin. And Stalin was a particularly like Machiavellian, cunning guy. And Lenin warned leadership. Like, Stalin is the worst kind of politician. Do not give this guy power. And then they did it. And then Stalin ended up murdering millions of people and being one of the most brutal tyrants in the history of humankind. He had Trotsky killed with an ice pick? Some the precursor to the KGB. I think Trotsky was living in Mexico. And he fucking killed him with an ice pick in his head. Just fucking right in his dome. Stalin was a monster. Stalin also beat the Nazis. The contradictions of history. Well, I don't know if that's really a contradiction, is it? History book's a lot different if Trotsky would have become Lenin's successor. Oh, certainly that's the case. Okay. Anyways.
Balanced, as you would say. I thought that New Jersey would do better. I didn't think that Virginia was going to do very well. I didn't think the candidate... Well, didn't really have my support, my big support.
Is that why you didn't really endorse her?
I didn't endorse her, no, I didn't. My endorsement means a lot to me. So I was a little disappointed in the fact that I thought New Jersey would do a little bit better than that. The Cuomo situation, it's just, he had too many things against him. He had a lot of things against him. And Curtis Lewitt tried very hard, but, he's been there before. So it was pretty open shot that Mandami had.
You said today, you kind of admitted that last night was not great for the party. You said that the shutdown and your name not being on the ballot were big factors. You're the head of the party, so obviously the policies are run on in these states. Do you see that at all, or how do you read it?
Well, I do, because, we've done so much. Energy is way down. Look at energy. We're going to have $2 gasoline. I did that. That brings everything else down. Groceries are way down other than beef. Now, beef is going to come down. We have to do that. You remember when I started, eggs were up by 4 times what they were previous. It was in 2 days in the office and they told me about eggs. I solved that because the fact is we have prices way down. We have prices down. Our country's doing well. The
cost of eggs went up so high because of fucking bird flu. They did like a mass genocide of fucking chickens or whatever. Wasn't that the big reason why the prices spiked up so much in the beginning of his presidency?
Stock market's hitting record highs, like 48 times during my 9 months. And just a couple of days ago, it hit another record high, like really record high. It's great. And that equates, it's not just rich people. That's 401ks. That equates to everybody. And the country's doing very well. But as Republicans, you have to talk about it. Because if you don't talk about it, I saw that they kept talking about affordability. Well, Biden was a disaster with affordability. He had the highest inflation rate in the history of our country. But you have to talk about it. It's no good if we do a great job and you don't talk about it. And I don't think they talk about it enough. They have this new word called affordability, and they don't talk about it enough. The Democrats did. And the Democrats make it up because we took over a mess. Think of energy. Energy was so expensive, and now I have it down to half what it was.
You're right.
I don't know about you guys, but my energy bill did not get chopped in half. My energy bill is very high. Like insanely high. And I work from home and I got, you know, fancy computers and stuff. So my energy bills are fucking high. You know, ours is regularly between $350 and $500. It's like insane how much the price went up in the last few years.
As a Republican, you have to let people know that.
You're right about people feeling it. You know, when we talked about this interview happening, we had people reach out from around the country. Regina Foley messaged me, and she says she is retired in Greensboro, North Carolina. She is a registered.
We even do the things that they tell us to do. So, like, we put the thermostat at, you know, 78 degrees. Most of the time, we'll turn it a little bit down at night. Take it down to like 74 degrees, but we never have our thermostat below 74 degrees. 78, yeah. Yeah, I don't love it. Don't love it. Wait, why are you guys doing question marks? Are you saying 78 is too high or too low? Sir Tiny Walrus, thank you so much for 7 months. We live in like a kind of like a townhouse situation, so there's upstairs, there's a downstairs. It's you know, we got a little bit of space. It's too high. Look, if you live in Los Angeles, that's all I'm saying is like, you know, that's what they recommend, you know, to save money on your energy bill. Keep it at 78. So that's what we do during the day, and then we take it down to 74 at like 8 p.m., you know. People don't realize Hutch is talking about the summer heat. We had 90 degrees here in LA County this month. Yeah. Are you rent controlled? No, we do not. But our rent doesn't go up that much. Like, we actually have a really good deal. Because what we pay for this unit, like, they had tenants who live in a unit kind of across from us, and it's the same kind of unit. And they're renting that unit out $600 or $700 more than what we pay. But we're just really good tenants. We've lived in this townhouse for 8 years now and never been late on rent, you know. Just we're pretty ideal tenants, I think. Do you guys think he means the heat is set to 78? No, the AC is set to 78. Is that the confusion? The AC is set to 78. If we use the heater in the cold months, the highest we go there is like 72. Good tenants, would you let the property owner watch your streams? I've never had a complaint about noise, which is crazy to me because I definitely scream obscenities. And so I'm sure my neighbors think I'm a psycho. I'm sure they think I'm a fucking psychopath because I know they had to have heard me screaming. Like this wall in front of me, that's the street. Like that's where the street is. Behind me over there, that's like the other direction, that's where the other, you know, one of the sides of our unit is on the street, and then one of the sides of our unit is is connected to a different unit. So I don't think my neighbors hear me because the sound actually is pretty insulated. The walls are not thin. Like I've never heard them ever. I've never heard my neighbors a single time ever in 8 years. But there's like a window right in front of me here, and then there's the street. So if people are walking by, I'm sure there have been so many people that have heard me just screaming about the most insane shit.
Republican all her life. She voted for you 3 different times, but she is not happy about how her prices have not come down that she sees. And she said this, quote, "I want the Republicans to keep control of Congress in 2026, but something has to be done fast. I don't see the best economy right now. Wall Street numbers do not reflect my Main Street money. Please do something, President Trump." So I guess what do you say to Regina and people like her?
Well, I do say this. Beef we have to get down. I think of groceries. You know, it's an old-fashioned word, but it's a beautiful word. Beef we have to get down, but we've got prices way down. And think of this.
Groceries is an old-fashioned word? What? What the fuck else do people call groceries? I thought that that was just a normal word. How is that old-fashioned?
Energy. She drives a car, probably, and her energy prices are way down. And energy is so all-encompassing. It's so big that when energy goes down, everything comes down. Everything follows it. And I have energy down to 5-6-year lows now.
So you think prices are coming down from this?
I believe that. Yeah, I think that.
I mean, this is something that we've spoken to many, many times, where I just think he is such an albatross for the Republican Party. People can, I don't know if he genuinely believes this. That's what I don't know. I don't know if he genuinely believes this. I think that's definitely possible, that people very genuinely believe that he genuinely believes that he's gotten prices down, and he's just surrounded by sycophants who don't have the nerve to tell him the truth. But this is a really horrible combination for a politician. For the economic conditions to be deteriorating, not to depression levels or recession levels, but the economy is not great right now. It's not as good as it was during his first term, that's for sure. And then he gets in front of a microphone and he says, I cut energy down in half. And, we'll work on the groceries. We're working on the meat. We got to get the meat down. I fixed the eggs. But I got 6-year lows, energy prices. And then people open their bill or, open their email bill or whatever online. And they're like, my energy prices have not gone down. So you can't fake a good economy. You can't fake a good economy. You can fake a lot of stuff with MAGA. They're very persuadable. They're very gullible. Like his most ardent supporters are just gullible marks. But you can't fake a good economy. Like that's not something that you can. They're still going to be confronted with the reality of the people are confronted with the reality of economic conditions every day. Every single day. People are filling their gas tank. They're buying groceries. They're paying their bills. They're maybe getting fired from their job or having a hard time finding a job. People feel the impact of the economy more than any other issue. And you can't fake a good economy. And he's still trying to bullshit his way through that. He's still just like, who legitimately believes that he's gotten energy costs down by a half? Like, who would believe that? Such an insane thing to say.
Coming down, but I think they're down already. I think the biggest problem is Republicans don't talk about it. They don't talk about the word affordability, and the Democrats lie about it. Look, when I took over, and I said this, inflation was so bad under Biden. Remember, he had the Inflation Reduction Act. It was
9%, yeah.
It was a scam. And he tried to lower inflation, but he caused the inflation, and he tried to lower the inflation.
I mean, to be clear, inflation did come down shortly after the IRA was passed, or it might have already been coming down at that point. I don't think the IRA actually brought inflation down. That was just a clever choice of words that they used to pass that bill. But when did inflation start to come down? In 2022, I think? I think it was 2022, right? There's a lot of people with their fingers on the pie of the economy, like gas is still $4.10 in Oregon here, and my old lady has $2.65 in Virginia.
Inflation. He took over my economy where inflation was at 1%, which is perfect, 1%. He drove it 9 or 10 times higher than that in a short period of time. When I took over, it was a mess. When
he took over, I think inflation was at like 2.7%, which is not ideal, but had come way down from the peak.
inflation way down. I have it down to a normal number right now, lower than a normal number, in my opinion, I think. So I do say to her, first of all, I love her because she voted for me 3 times, and I think she'd vote for me again if I had that opportunity.
When you look at our exit polls in these states, and you point out they're traditionally Democratic.
Oh God, he's so rarely, Donald Trump is so rarely confronted with like these numbers, you know. He probably is pissed at Brett Baier after this interview, I would assume, but he's usually just sitting at a desk, you know, saying like, we got it down 75%, 80%, 90%. Some people say 95%. He just does that and people don't push back. Brett Baier is his name, right? Or Bayer? I don't know how to say his name.
States. But on the economy, the
vote for me again if I had that opportunity.
When you look at our exit polls in these states, and you point out they're traditionally Democratic states, but on the economy, the poll numbers are upside down. You're saying it's that Republicans don't talk about it. Do you think they're going to feel different come first quarter 26, et cetera?
Well, I hope so. You know, the Democrats lie about it. We've done a great job. We have $17 trillion of investment coming into our country. But
if the economy was really healthy and doing good, his numbers would be fine. That's that's the reality. Like you don't get numbers like that because the economy is going well. You get numbers like that because it is impacting people's daily lives. And you know, he doesn't get all the blame for that. He gets some of it, certainly a lot of it, for his tariff policy and the one big beautiful bill and what they did to energy bills, you know, because of that bill. But people respond that way because the economy does, in fact, like kind of suck right now.
Biden had less than $1 trillion in 4 years. I have $17 trillion in 9 months. That would mean $20 or $21 trillion. In the history of the world, there's never been a country with anything near that. It's now all these plants are being built. Car companies are coming back. AI, we're leading China. You know, we're beating China. You know it. China knows it. In fact, President Xi congratulated me. He said, I want to congratulate you on turning that country around. I've never seen anything like it. And I congratulate him, too. We get along. You know, it's nice that I get along with him. But when I went to that meeting, we had a rare earth problem. When I left, we had a record purchase of soybeans. I mean, he's buying 25 billion tons of soybean. Think of that. 25. This is numbers like nobody's ever seen before. Billions and billions of dollars on agriculture. And I told the farmers, don't worry about it. Start thinking about buying a bigger tractor, right? I said more land and a bigger tractor. And that's what they're doing.
Mr. President, stand by if you...
Hasn't his... I don't know a lot about the soybean industry, but hasn't he decimated the soybean industry with the tariffs? Hasn't he fucking decimated it? I feel like I was reading about that some months ago. Because China did in fact like purchase a lot of soybeans from American farmers, and then that just got decimated because of the tariffs.
Welcome back to Special Report in Miami after President Trump delivered an economic speech here to the America Business Forum. Mr. President, thanks for being here. I want to talk to you about New York City real quick. You're a New Yorker. You famously kind of had a fight with Ed Koch back in the 70s and 80s as he was a mayor. He obviously wasn't a democratic socialist, as you call the mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani a communist. But is there any part of you that looks at Mamdani and says, it is good for you politically to have a big foil there that you're going to talk about for the next 3 years?
You know, I'm so torn because I would like...
You know, I think if Mamdani steps in and he ends up being a liability, he doesn't govern well, leads to bad outcomes, I really doubt that is going to be an issue that hurts the National Democratic Party. Like, I really doubt that would, you know, like bring the Democratic nominee, bring their numbers down, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 points or whatever. I don't, obviously Republicans are going to pounce on that city if it just turns, if it yields bad outcomes. They're going to descend on New York City and cover it extensively. I really don't know if that's going to affect like the larger electorate. People typically don't give a flying fuck about shit that happens like outside of their own cities, you know?
To see the new mayor do well, because I love New York. I really love New York. When I left New York for Washington, New York was doing really well, but there were some bad signs. The bad sign was a guy named de Blasio. So the signs of de Blasio, that was the beginning, and it was bad. This one, we're going to, look, for 1,000 years, communism has not worked. It just...
I'd have to check my history books, but I think he might be off by roughly 800 or so years.
Communism, or the concept of communism, has not worked. I tend to doubt it's going to work this time.
Did you see his victory speech?
No, it's literally never worked. Yeah, I thought it was a very angry speech, certainly angry toward me, and I think he should be very nice to me. You know, I'm the one that sort of has to approve a lot of things coming to him.
Yeah, I do think communism probably would have been much more viable maybe 1,000 years ago with like smaller populations.
So he's off to a bad start.
At one point he says, turn the volume up.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
How do you respond to that? Does that affect anything you're going to do?
It's a very dangerous statement for him to make, actually. And, you know, you talk about danger. I think it's a very dangerous statement for him to make. He has to be...
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
A little bit respectful of Washington, because if he's not, he doesn't have a chance of succeeding. And I want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed. I don't want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed, and we'll see what happens.
Did you see reaching out to him?
I would say he should reach out to us, really. I think he should reach out. Right. I'm here. We'll see what happens, but I would think that it would be more appropriate for him to reach out to us.
So speaking of reaching out, is there a deal that can be made to end this government shutdown in your mind?
Well, I think the Democrats have become radicalized. I think, you know, this never happened before. They always extend. You know, an extension is very easy. It's done all the time. You extend, sometimes you extend 4 or 5 times. I mean, they become radicalized lunatics, actually, in a true sense. They should automatically extend, and we will make a deal as soon as they do. As soon as they do, we'll make a deal.
There is a deal in the works that they're talking about, at least. Senator Susan Collins talked to the House, said if they pass the continuing resolution now, this Friday, they'll pass the military construction, the veterans bills, maybe even other bills, and that would get veterans their checks by Veterans Day Monday. Yeah. Would you support that?
Well, I would look at it. I mean, I'm going to look at it. They should just extend it and work on it, and we ought to work on health care together, because Obamacare has been a disaster. It's going to get a big increase, but Obamacare is not great health care, and it's very expensive, and I'd love to work with them to fix it.
This is obviously appropriations bills one at a time, but they lump some in, get a continuing resolution until December or January, move forward.
Let's move forward. I'd like to move forward. I'd like to get it going, but it's really up to them, and we're here. If they say yes, it's done, because we have already, you know, we have voted just about unanimously, almost unanimously, to move forward. We're ready to do it.
A few more things. You said Republicans should get rid of the filibuster. Yeah. Based on what you said this morning, you don't really think the Democrats could never win the Senate again, right?
No, I think that if we got rid of the filibuster, we would approve so many good things, common sense things.
I'm telling you guys, man, I don't think they're going to do it, but God, that would be so good for Democrats, man. I mean, really, just it would have been bad, I think. It would have been really bad if Trump would have started this term by pressuring Congress or the Senate to get rid of the filibuster, and then they actually did it. That would have been bad. That would have been really, they would have been able to I think, to do just a lot of really bad stuff. And they're just not they're not in a strong position right now. So like, they would not be able to capitalize on a filibuster-proof Senate in this moment nearly as much as they could have in the opening months of his presidency. Now they just got fucking stomped out by margins that we haven't seen in over a decade in terms of the shifts. And so that takes away a lot of their political capital. It's not going to be particularly easy for them to forge enough consensus to pass bills, even with the 53 state Senate, you know. you're going to have a lot of internal pushback from Republicans that are now more vulnerable than they were 9 months ago. Republicans that might think twice about supporting a policy that would make them even more vulnerable, especially if they're up for re-election in 2026. And so I just don't think they can do a lot. You know, I'm not really worried if they want to do like national voter ID. I really don't care. You know, quite frankly, at this point, I think that benefits Democrats. You know, maybe 15-week abortion ban federally would be kind of shitty, but I don't think that they could pass that. I don't know if they'd be able to whip the votes to pass something like that in this kind of climate. Maybe do some kind of bad environmental policy or something. They're just really limited in what they can do right now. And if Democrats win a trifecta, especially if the margins from last night or 2 nights ago hold, I think, you know, we're looking at maybe a 54 seat majority in the Senate, and certainly a comfortable majority in the House. If the margins from 2 nights ago hold, that's going to be a bloodbath next year, worse than 2018, even with the gerrymandering stuff. You can't gerrymander your way out of like a D+12 environment. You just can't do that. It's not going to work. And so if Democrats walk into 2028 with a trifecta and a 54 seat majority, definitely talking about a public option for sure. That would still be tough, but that is for sure on the table. 1,000% they're going to raise the minimum wage, likely to $17 an hour. John Lewis Voting Rights Act, abortion protections. I mean, the list of things that Democrats could do without a filibuster in 2028 are enormous. Enormous. You also don't want to do too much and then have the voters perceive you as, you know, doing too much overreach. That's a thing. Wartime economy for socialism. I don't know what that means. What do you mean? They'll still have veto power, so even with House and Senate control, we won't be able to pass much until 2028. No, I'm talking about 2028. That's all I'm talking about. If they get rid of the filibuster now, they have it for the next year. Well, I mean, they'll have that Senate passed a year in all likelihood. Maybe Democrats take back the Senate in 2026. That seems unlikely, but we have crazy margins like a couple nights ago. Maybe that happens, but no, it would be about what it would set up for 2028. Democrats would overwhelmingly benefit from getting rid of the filibuster in ways that the Republican Party, they're just too weakened right now to take full advantage of that. But I don't want to get your guys' hopes up because I don't think they're going to do it. I really don't think the Republicans in the Senate are going to do it. And he's putting a lot of pressure on them. He's putting more pressure on him now than he did before. Definitely a lot more now. Like his sense of urgency, the amount of posts, JD's posting about it, you know. But there have been numerous Republican senators that have been publicly pushing back against the idea of getting rid of the filibuster, which is another example of like Trump weakness. Where the fuck are those lefties that were in my ear for the last several months? Like, Donald Trump gets whatever he wants. Why couldn't Biden have done that? Look at Trump. He gets whatever he wants. He just fucking snaps his fingers and just whips those votes. Well, he doesn't seem to have the votes right now to get rid of the filibuster. Do what FDR did to private businesses. Reappropriate labor and production for the needs of the people. What? Hold on. Similar to FDR's National Works program. Get insane shit done in 4 years. Do what FDR did to private businesses. Reappropriate labor and production for the needs of the... You want the president to come in 2028 and nationalize industry? Is that what you're talking about? Cool your jets, bro. We're a center left country, for Christ's sakes. Watch Dems get into power again and do nothing about anything. I don't know why anybody would believe this. Like, why would anybody expect that? Bill Clinton he won in 92 and he was sworn in and he did a ton of shit. A lot of it not great, but a lot of it, he did a lot of great progressive shit when he was president too. He's like the very definition of a mixed bag. We gave Obama a big enough majority to transform healthcare in this country, and he did that. We gave Joe Biden the barest of majorities to work with in Congress, and what was the first thing he did? He passed the largest single social spending program that directly benefited families since the war on poverty policies of like the 60s and 70s. He did so much with the power that we gave him. And you're worried that a Democrat won't do anything with the power if we go in there without a filibuster in 2028? I promise you, I do think we would get a public option for sure. I'm pretty sure we would get a public option. Did you see the video of the Marine pushing him into Air Force One by his diaper? I did see that, yeah.
Things, wonderful things that it would be hard to beat us. If we don't, it's always going to be a slog. So I do say this. I would say absolutely, without question, I have no doubt in my mind, get rid of it. And the Republicans should do it. But they have a number of Republicans that don't agree. And you know what? It's a question. Do I want to lose my relationship with those Republicans that have been very good to me for a long period of time, that voted against the crooked Democrats on impeachment and everything else? Do I want to lose them over it? I think it's a very important point. Do you ever have people that are wrong, but you can't convince them? So do you destroy your whole relationship?
Yeah, I've run into that from time to time in my fucking Twitch chat, not my YouTube chat. You guys are great.
With them or not, I'd be close to losing it, but probably not.
How worried are you about this Supreme Court decision on your emergency power on tariffs? The hearing today, a lot of people were trying to read through the tea leaves, what the justices were asking. Some were saying they were overly skeptical. You can't really do that in Supreme Court hearings, but how worried are you that they may unwind this thing?
Well, I heard the court case went well today, but I just heard that a little while ago because, as you know, it was just 2 hours ago that they finished up. But I will say this, it would be devastating for our country if we lost that. Devastating. I think it's one of the most important, maybe the most, but one of the most important cases in the history of our country. I think taking tariffs away so that we can have national security. So, as an example, President Xi, he hit us with...
He's just, man, look at the path ahead for old Donnie Boy here. It's fucking rough. Fucking rough. The Democrats have the upper hand on him in this government shutdown. His party just sustained like profound losses by historic margins just 2 nights ago. The Supreme Court is about to very much looks like they're going to neuter him and take away his ability to do tariffs by declaring an emergency. It's just L after L after L right now. He's obviously sundowning. Everybody can fucking see it. It's just, do you guys see this getting better for him? Like, I don't even know if his numbers would go up if we suffered a 9/11 style attack. One of the most prominent conservative voices in right-wing media was murdered very brutally, very publicly, like 2 months ago, and it doesn't look like that changed anything. That's still pretty wild to me. It did not galvanize them in their fight, their current fight with Democrats. Like, it just doesn't seem like it made any difference.
The rare earths, and I hit him with a tariff, 100% tariff on top of all the other tariffs that you're paying. And they called in 10 minutes and we made a deal.
You're saying you're happy with what you came out of it?
If I didn't have tariffs, we would right now, the entire world would be in a depression. Because, that wasn't a threat against us. That was a threat against the entire world. I did this for the world. But yeah, I would say that I can guarantee you this, if I didn't put 100% tariff immediately on China, the entire world, because of magnets, a special kind of...
Well, that's why I think they won't do it. I think the Republican senators are putting their fingers in the wind and making the conclusion if they overturn the filibuster now, they are truly fucked in the next 2 election cycles. Well, that's why I think they're not going to do it. The House is a bit of a shit show, but in the Senate, you have some pretty reasonably intelligent people that are on the Republican side of the aisle. You know, a lot of these people, some of them, I don't know, but like a lot of these, I'd say probably most Republicans in the Senate are intelligent people. They fully understand how doing that would very likely backfire like insanely. Maybe they'll surprise me, but I don't know. There's, to me, I don't know what you guys are seeing, but to me, there's not really a strong indication that they're going to bend on that.
Rare earth, etc., right? Would be closed up. Without the benefit of tariffs, we would not. We had a very successful meeting with President Xi of China and others. And without tariffs, that would not have taken place.
Well, we appreciate the time. There's a lot going on all at once. I'd ask you about foreign policy, but I know you have to hit the road. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Just fucking sad, man. He's just like this sad old man. I think his presidency is so fucked right now. It's so fucked right now. It's hard to find the silver lining as a Republican. I wanted to tune into a little bit of Rob Noor's stream, see how he's handling things these days. How did he respond to the Republicans getting crushed in these elections?
It doesn't matter if you think they're garbage or not. The left wants to kill you. Well, I don't like the fact that Tucker Carlson talked to Nick Fuentes. Yeah, the dude running for attorney general in Virginia, I don't know if you knew this, he says he wants Republicans' children to die. That's what he wants. Now, we saw what they did to Charlie Kirk. We saw tens of thousands of people cheered on. Not one prominent Democrat other than John Fetterman that I know of said that they would refuse to endorse this guy. What's your comment on it? Well, I don't particularly like Nick Fuentes. I don't know why Tucker's platforming him. Right, but back to the Democrats that want you dead. Yeah, I just don't get the Nick Fuentes thing. I don't get it. And what is Candace Owens saying? Okay.
Rob's having like, me and him are having kind of a similar debate with our audiences, but from like a different perspective. When you think about it, we're kind of going through the same thing right now. A little bit. When you think about it.
Well done. Whoa, you really moved the needle there.
Oh, he's rattled. This is how good things are going for MAGA. I mean, really think about that for a minute. This is how fucked MAGA is right now. MAGA is so desperate in this moment that they're like, I don't know, maybe we should not alienate Nazis. Can we really afford to alienate Nazis? You know, I was asked the question and it was framed as a extreme hypothetical from Prime, where he was like, would you vote for a segregationist if it gave you a Senate majority? And I said, well, yeah, I would. But that was an extreme hypothetical. It's not an extreme hypothetical on their side. They're literally talking about Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes. They're legitimately having a heritage. It's spilled into the Heritage Foundation. They did a public Q&A that anybody can watch that I wanted to actually find some time today to watch with you guys, but I don't think we have time today. They did a public Q&A because this Heritage Foundation guy got up there and gave a speech talking about how, he didn't want to like cancel Tucker Carlson for platforming a literal Nazi.
It's good to see you.
It's an hour and 45-minute video, and it's like an open Q&A. Because he got a ton of pushback from that and then went into crisis mode. We should watch that tomorrow because, but that's a legit conversation that they're having amongst themselves. Like, Nick Fuentes, honestly, he's a little too big to ignore. I don't think we should push him out of the coalition. Is he having a Denham's moment here? What's happening here?
Fuentes also wants Republicans to die if they're in the wrong race. I guess we should really highlight that when he runs for attorney general, huh? Oh, wait, what's that? He's not? Oh, well, let's focus on that instead of, the Democrats in positions of power. Good shit. See, I keep hearing this. Rob, we could do both things. We could fight Nick and we could fight the Democrats. Rob, we could do both things. We could work at home to lower prices and we could fund Ukraine. Sure, we could do that. How'd that work out yesterday? Doing both things. How'd it work? Well, Nick still went on Tucker and got interviewed, and your fight against him did jack shit, and Republicans lost. Well done. You guys did it. You did both things very well.
Who is he blaming for the Republican losses? Who is he externalizing the blame to? I don't really understand his logic here. The people in his chat are telling him that it's a bad idea to platform like Nazis, and he's like, well, good job. You just lost us the fucking 2025 elections.
Good job. Yep, you're right. You can do both things, or neither, which is what happened.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. This feels nice, you know? It just feels right. Like I needed this, you know? Like this is nice. From a place of pure pettiness. I'm enjoying this, yeah. Things are a little chaotic on the Democratic side of the aisle, to be clear. The Jay Jones situation, in my opinion, is not great. Like, in my ideal world, he would resign immediately. Like, I don't feel comfortable about it. And quite frankly, the guy that he was up against seemed like, and I know this might sound a little odd, but the guy that he unseated was a Republican. But when I looked at this guy, he seemed abnormally normal for a Republican. Which, you know, you might expect in a state like Virginia. You're probably not going to get a Republican attorney general in a state like Virginia that's like ultra MAGA. But if I was in Virginia, I would have voted for Jones, despite the text messages that I thought were kind of horrifying. None of that makes me comfortable. And then, of course, there's the Plattner situation, but that's a little less defined because we're still in a primary race. I do think Plattner is going to crash and burn. Hopefully, he crashes and burns. So that stuff is not great. Like, anytime you polarize the country to such an extreme as we're in right now, then you're going to find examples of both Republican voters and Democratic voters elevating and amplifying more extreme candidates. Lest we forget, there was a massive text message breach just like a month ago or a month and a half ago of, and these Republicans were not even, they weren't even like kids. These were like Republicans in their 30s, just unironically gassing up, I shouldn't use that word, unironically, like praising Hitler. That was kind of fucked up. You know, those people were not in positions of power like the attorney general seat, but you know, they were influential in their local Republican groups, I believe. Emma will have such an insane crash out if that happens. If Plattner crashes and burns, whatever. But I hope he does crash and burn. I don't like that situation at all. I really like the fact that for the last several years, by and large, in the averages, Democrats, the Democratic primary voters have done a pretty good job of advancing grown-ups, like grown-up candidates who then were a stark contrast with the insane MAGA Blake Masters, Kerry Lake, Herschel Walker. Like, we got to win in races that we probably shouldn't have been all that competitive in, because they made the mistake, Republican voters made the mistake of amplifying lunatics over and over again. Mr. Prado with $5. I hate that you engaged with their hypothetical, but they didn't engage with yours. Well, that was just pure cope. You know, I flipped the hypothetical on Prime. I was like, would you vote for a segregationist if you would get a socialist revolution and a one-state solution and a, you know, and he was just like, well, your hypothetical is extreme. My hypothetical of segregationist Democrats, that I could see happening. He fucking literally said that. It was just pure cope. I don't like that, man. I wish we could have conversations with people in the political space and people just not debate bro themselves into the most ridiculous positions. Anyways.
Matt Walsh had it right. After Charlie Kirk, I don't give a fuck. I'll work for Nick Fuentes. I'll work with this. Fuck Nick Fuentes if he decides that he's going to be divisive. Fuck Tucker Carlson if he's going to decide he's going to be divisive. Fuck Mark Levin. Fuck Ben Shapiro. Fuck all of them. I don't care, though. That's not my focus. My focus is I'll work with Scott Pressler. I'll work with Nick Fuentes. I'll work with Matt Walsh. I'll work with Ben Shapiro. I don't give a fuck. Win and then do something.
This is fucking incredible content. We need to watch more Rob North streams. The thing is, and I don't think Rob is like fully appreciating this, but like, the thing is like, when you bring Nick Fuentes into the fold, it's like, yeah, you know, you attract a alarmingly large coalition of young men, young conservative men, but at what cost? But at what cost? I don't know if Democrats are going to, it remains to be seen, if they're going to pay much of a political cost for Jay Jones. I don't know if there's enough national attention on him for that to matter. Again, the Plattner stuff is concerning, but like, we'll see where that goes. If you really welcome people like Nick Fuentes just openly into your coalition, he's a Nazi. He's like a literal Nazi. He's just like a literal Nazi. Like just a genuine, like virulently anti-Semitic, racial purist Nazi. And if they do that, if they really do that, if we start seeing regular Nick Fuentes appearances on Fox News, that will not go well for them. Or, I mean, you don't even have to do that. Like, Republicans could build out their coalition and expand their tent if they move towards the center. They could just do that. They could just choose to do that and moderate on, you know, Medicare and Medicaid spending and moderate on abortion. They could just moderate and probably pick up a decent amount of support. But there's no sign of this happening. Like they don't seem to even be entertaining the possibility of moderating in that way. Captain Flavortown says, you're not equating Plattner and Fuentes, right? I'm not triggered. I am not triggered. Velocity, thanks so much for the primer. Sir Tiny Walrus with 7 months. Appreciate it, buddy. I don't know if I got you for that.
The more Republican, if you really hate Nick Fuentes, stop fucking talking about him. Nick goes out and Tucker Carlson. People say the vast majority of the coverage that came from that was Republicans bitching about it, which then Democrats say and say, look what even Republicans are saying, how bad the Republican Party is getting. Congratulations. There you go. Now, there is a criticism of me, but right now I'm talking about Nick, telling people it was stupid to be talking about Nick instead of focusing on the left. And this big brain guy goes, but you're talking about him. Hey, so if you're giving advice...
They're cracking up, guys. They're fucking cracking up. This does not seem to me like a spokesperson of a party that is in a particularly healthy place. For as many problems as the Democratic Party has right now, and they are numerous, there are numerous issues that the party has to reckon with in the next year if we want to be if we want to maintain our advantage right now electorally. There's some things we got to address. But I'd rather be me right now than him. I mean, like, imagine it's your job, partly your job, to like fire up the stream every day and try to get Republicans excited about politics right now. The vibes are not great over there. They know it sucks. Like, they know the vibes fucking suck right now. They're aware. Imagine being Rob Noor trying to defend Donald Trump on the Epstein stuff. What does that look like internally? Like, what is that emotional experience like? Vidani with $2. This dude is vacationing at the Copacabana. True.
To Republicans and say, hey, you should stop talking about Israel and focus on America first. This guy will go, you just talked about Israel. You just talked about Israel. You said not to talk about Israel, but you mentioned not talking about Israel, which is talking about Israel. You see?
Guys, cracking up, you guys.
Mm-hmm. You see what you did? If you don't want them to talk about Israel, then
he can feel it. He can feel the post-Trump era of politics. That's what they're all thinking about. I don't care what they're memeing about, like third term stuff, but very few Republicans legitimately believe that Donald Trump is going to try to run for a third term, and or if they did believe that, very few of them believe that would actually work. They're all thinking about a post-Trump electoral or political climate in this country, and boy, does it look bleak. Who the fuck is going to pick up their mantle? We know that Peter Thiel and his like gang of thieves. It was just reported that there's like a think tank that Peter Thiel runs with JD Vance in some state, like, I don't know, Arizona or something. And they've been like meeting and plotting out what they want a post-Trump era to be. And they obviously want Vance to be the heir apparent. And as sharp as I think Vance is, those are just some really tough shoes to fill. And Trump doesn't strike me as the kind of person that would, retire from the presidency and then want to give up that feeling of control and power. So I think even after he leaves the presidency, after he leaves the White House, he's still going to want his grubby little fat fingers in there, so that he can maintain the feeling of power. Like, I think he gets off on the fucking power. Like, I think he sexually gets off on the power that you get from the presidency. I think he literally gets hard and comes thinking about it. I'm sorry that I put the image of Donald Trump coming in your mind, but we have to think about it. And so he's just going to make life difficult for the Republican Party even after he leaves the presidency, I'm sure the vibes on election night in 2024 were immaculate for a Republican. That must have felt euphoric. But man, have they fallen off of a fucking cliff. What are they going to do, man? What are they going to do to navigate through this? Matacool with 200 bits. They tied their identities to Trump so much that they forgot what they originally stood for.
I'm gonna come.
They forgot what they originally stood for. Faced with that, they realize they don't agree with each other at all. That's the other part of this story too. I mean, we're talking about Fuentes, but like, what are the long-term implications for Fuentes? He's out here like casually ratioing Texas senators. Like, I don't think his movement has nearly enough critical mass or power to be feared in the sense of like, oh, is it possible that
Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
Is it possible that a Nick Fuentes fascist takeover of the government is possible in this one? Like, that seems pretty remote to me right now. But the fact that he did grow as much as he did, as fast as he did, that could represent a pretty significant schism within the party.
You shouldn't talk about Israel and let them keep talking about Israel.
I mean, that's what this is all about, right?
You see how smart I am? Yeah. Say what you will about Nick Fuentes, the central criticism of his, which I think is oftentimes way too far and very bad for messaging and everything, is Trump administration's more focused on Israel than the United States. And guess what? He's right.
I don't even think this is true at all. Like, the president, like the Trump administration, they don't really put a heavy emphasis on Israel. What do you guys think? I feel like they don't talk about Israel all that much. Are we witnessing the groipening of Rob in real time? A little bit, maybe. I don't know.
That's the truth. He's right, and the American people see it.
Hey everyone, Grand Theft Auto 6 will now release on Thursday, November 19th, 2026. God fucking damn it. You know what though? I'm happy. That makes me happy. Take your time. You don't want to serve GTA. I feel like they've always had really good launches. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? But they've had pretty great launches. GTA 4 was a great launch. GTA 5 was a phenomenal launch. Red Dead 2, I don't really remember that launch. GTA 5 was insanely bad? Are you sure? GTA 5 didn't have online for months, but they didn't have any like stability or crashing issues, did they? The PC release of GTA 5 I think was a year after the console release, which that's a bummer. I wish they didn't do that. Like, I'm waiting to play Ghosts of Yote until that comes out on PC. My game literally stopped giving me missions halfway through GTA 5. I just remember my experience with GTA 5 being relatively flawless.
And the Republican response to that is, shut that man up. We're the party of Lindsey Graham and Mark Levine. Shut him up. Israel first. Right, Ted Cruz? Well, we have to support Israel because the Bible tells me. Really? It says support Israel as it exists in 2025. Can you point to me that passage? Mike Pence, I showed you this the other day. Mike Pence said, there's no room. Let's see if I can find it.
Jesus, the voice is so intense. Do you know I've never even gotten past like the 5th mission in GTA 5? I just get bored. Is that bad? I bought GTA 5 and just fucking rode around just destroying everything. I always get to the part where the black character ends up at the house of the white character who's got that shitty son. And then I stop right about there. Red Dead 2, that grabbed me. Actually, you know, that took like 4 hours to get into. Red Dead 2 took me like 4 hours where I'm like, I don't know, man. I bought Red Dead 2 when it came out. I played it for like 2 hours. I was like, this game sucks. And then played it like 3 years later when it came out on PC. And I was like, oh my God, this is literally maybe the best video game of all time. And GTA 5 to me, I don't know, man. I just prefer the narrative style of Red Dead 2. Like GTA games are obviously just like really over the top and kind of, I don't know. I just, if you gave me a choice between, do you want Red Dead 3 tomorrow or do you want GTA 6 tomorrow? I would pick Red Dead 3 every fucking day of the week. So what turned you off of Red Dead 2 the first time? It just takes you a minute to kind of get it. It's a different kind of game, you know? Like it's just a very, you go into GTA and it's very action packed and, you know, there's all these like different, just very, very different. Red Dead is a lot slower. I would say like a lot more story driven, a lot more character driven. But then again, like I don't, maybe I'm wrong because I haven't even played GTA 5 through the missions. But Red Dead 2 is a game, it's like definitely like a slow burn, I would say. But then once you're in that world, you're like in that world. And I got so deeply invested in all of the characters. Just all the side characters or just all the side content in Red Dead 2 is so rich with like really good writing and character arcs and just a fucking legendary story. First hour or so in Red Dead 2 is going slowly through the snow and doing a very tedious tutorial. Yeah. But if you treat it like a Hideo Kojima game, if you treat it like a much more like an interactive cinematic experience, instead of like, don't go in there expecting really exciting gameplay early on. Treat it like you're in an interactive movie, and then the experience gets a lot better. Because I've replayed Red Dead 2 like 2 times already. I think I've played through Red Dead 2 like 3 times, start to finish. And then the second and the third time, I didn't hate the intro as much, because the music is really the ambiance and the music, the vibes are very. Especially that music, you know, like the dun, 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 like the soundtrack is just one of the best soundtracks I think of any game. I think Death Stranding is a better soundtrack, but Red Dead 2 is up there, fucking up there. But Red Dead 2 is like a very unlikely game too, because it gets you to do things that you would imagine not really enjoying as a gaming experience. You know, you go back to your little posse's area, whatever your posse's like encampment, and then you find yourself like picking up sacks of flour and then walking them over to the drop-off point. You get invested in your little encampment. You're like, okay, how can I improve things for my little encampment, you know? Like taming wild horses, you know, you find like there's like a breed of horse in that game that's faster than any of the other horses, but you have to find the horses at particular sections in the map, and then it's really tricky to you have to like walk up to them like very carefully, and then once you get on that horse and you ride it for the first time, you're like, oh yeah, this is incredible. But it's the hunting. The RPG elements are not very strong in Red Dead 2. You don't really feel like you're getting stronger throughout the game. Which, that is something I hope they do a little bit. It doesn't need to be a full RPG, but I need maybe just a little bit more of a sense of like I'm progressing and getting better. But the systems in Red Dead 2 are still fun. So like you have to hunt these rare animals, and then you have to make sure it's like the highest quality pelt or skin. You get binoculars, and you finally find one that's like, oh, there's a 3-star like buck, and I need one of those. And so there's like, you get really fucking so you're trying to be as careful as possible, but doing all that, like collecting all the animal skins that you needed to get your upgrades for like your lasso, or I can't even remember what you get for those. What do you even get for those? Like cosmetic stuff that doesn't really matter that much. But you can easily burn 40 hours doing all the hunting challenges. I love how the story progressing can change your open world experience. Each chapter changes the world in a way. Yeah. It's like a cliche with video games, but Red Dead 2, that map, that area, does feel like a living, breathing, like Saint Denis at night. That's a fun experience. Just to casually walk around. The detail is stunning detail in that game. All right. As much as I want to tune into this, I do have to take my kitty to the vet today, and I also have to pick up some medication. So we're going to call it there. A little bit of a shorter stream today. 5 hours. Not bad. Thank you guys for tuning in. Nico Pop, did I get you for $5? Yeah, I think I did. Monocle, I think I got you. I think I got everybody. Barabas with $2. When is Ben Shapiro going to become a blue dog? Well, I don't know about that. Sir Tiny Walrus, I might not have gotten you. All right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow at the regular time. That's going to be at 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. Bye-bye.